And you know, 15 years ago, when I was Labour's shadow Foreign Secretary, the last world leader I met in that role was President Abbas in East Jerusalem. And 15 years on, the first world leader I met as Foreign Secretary was President Abbas in London. And the tragedy? We talked about the same things: the need for peace, the need for two states, the need for reform, and yet not only has so little changed, so much has got worse. Because, Conference, for many decades, the UK has pledged support for a two-state solution in the Middle East, but only recognised one of those states until now. And 7 days ago, I stood in the Great Chamber of the United Nations in New York, beneath the UN symbol of peace, to confirm the historic decision of the United Kingdom to recognise the State of Palestine. It's our manifesto promise, because statehood is the inalienable right of the Palestinian people, and recognition is the embodiment of our passionate belief that the only path to security and lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike is two states living side by side. But let there be no doubt, there can and will be no role for Hamas terrorists in any future governance of Palestine. But this is a moment the world must seize. A spur, not a substitute for action. Because this summer's historic recognition decisions by the UK, France, Canada, Australia, Portugal and more, joining 150 states across the world, has been part of a crucial international process, where every state in the Arab League for the first time has now joined with the Palestinian Authority in the condemnation of Hamas for those barbaric attacks on October the 7th and the demand for them to relinquish all power in Gaza, and where Britain has joined with partners from across the globe, from the US to the Arab world, from Europe to the global south, working on practical frameworks and plans, not just for ceasefire, but for a just and lasting peace with two states at the heart. And at the United Nations last week, I saw a growing determination from countries across the globe that this intolerable suffering must end for children facing starvation while Israeli forces block food at the border, for the hostages and their families in anguish, a Gaza without Hamas, a Gaza without hunger, a Gaza rebuilt for the Palestinian people. And so now, with the demands of the world upon them, Hamas must end its abhorrent detention of hostages, the calculated cruelty that has split and traumatized families for nearly 2 years. And the Israeli government must end the moral obscenity of this campaign that has seen food, water and medicine denied and an unconscionable loss of human life, because Palestinian civilians should not have to go another day in fear and hunger. The hostages should not have to live another day in the darkness of captivity. No family should endure another loss. Enough is enough. The moment cannot be lost. The time for peace is now. And Conference, let me pay tribute to the tireless work of my predecessor to set out the pathway to recognition, restoring funds to UNRWA, support for the hostages, sanctions on Israeli ministers and on Hamas, restrictions on arms sales, but much more than that, the restoration of principles to our foreign policy and the restoration of Britain's voice on the world stage. Our Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy. But you know, Conference, we spent 14 years in opposition, watching powerless as successive Tory governments trashed our reputation abroad, undermining investment and trade, shouting at friends and allies, and in 14 short months of Labour government, here's what we've worked to rebuild. 3 new trade deals with India, the US and the EU to boost jobs and investment here at home. A transformed relationship with Europe on security and defence. An ever stronger special relationship with the US. A new strategic approach on China. An unprecedented migration deal with France. Sanctions on Russian oligarchs. Action against Iran to prevent nuclear proliferation, growth and development partnerships with the Global South, a new global clean power alliance to boost green energy, and thanks to the tireless leadership of our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, the restoration of trust and credibility in Britain's role abroad so that we can deliver for the British people at home. And Britain's engagement on the international stage matters now more than ever. The world faces sustained instability unlike anything we've seen for generations. The pace of technological change, climate change, migration, not seen in our lifetimes. Global uncertainty, new kinds of state and hybrid threats. And yet the institutions and laws that were supposed to protect order and sustain peace are now buckling under the strain. The very principles that underpin them under assault. The rule of law, respect for sovereignty and borders, respect for our common humanity, and for our shared obligation to fight poverty and persecution. All those values so precious to us, now being undermined, but values that it falls to us to defend. Not just Labour values, core British values. Because our flag stands for something, and we know that global challenges won't be solved if we wait till they land on our own doorstep. From climate change to economic security, we need action worldwide to tackle our problems here at home. Nowhere is that more true than on migration. Where dangerous smuggling and trafficking gangs operate across borders, then governments need to cooperate across borders to bring them down. And when we fail to work internationally on the causes of migration or border controls, more people make perilous journeys and confidence in the whole system is lost. And that is why we will work globally on new returns agreements and returns hubs so that rules can be enforced. We will work with international partners to tackle the causes and manage support for refugees. And we've doubled support for Sudan, where millions are fleeing violence and famine. And we will provide new help for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh who have fled persecution in Myanmar. And ahead of the 75th anniversary of the Refugee Convention, we will lead the international debate on reforming and ensuring that the global framework can respond to the changing crisis today. And Conference, 30 years on from the horrific use of rape and sexual violence in the war in Kosovo, we must also ensure that there is much stronger protection for women and girls in Sudan, Myanmar and other conflicts today. So let me warn all those responsible for orchestrating sexual violence that a reckoning will come for them, no matter how long it takes, as we demand an end to the use of rape as a weapon of war. And I am proud that this government, this Labour government, has pledged to tackle the national emergency of violence against women and girls, taken forward now by Jess Phillips and Shabana Mahmood. And I am determined that we now put that global emergency on violence against women and girls at the heart of our foreign policy too, because everyone has the right to live in freedom from fear. Conference, after the war in Kosovo and the Balkan crisis, we hoped we would not see war in Europe again. But 2 weeks ago, in the beautiful European city of Kyiv, I met up with 2 Ukrainian teenagers. They are brilliant ballroom dancers. They've won international prizes. And when Putin's troops first invaded their country, They escaped with their mums and came to live with us in Castleford. They practiced at the Airedale Methodist Hall. They even gave Ed a few post-Strictly tips. And last summer, they returned home. They train by day, but at night when the sirens go, like countless other families, they have to decide whether to sleep in the hallway or in the basement to hide from drones. This is a sovereign nation under unprovoked attack in Europe. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have been abducted, stolen from their parents. We've seen escalating attacks, including more than 600 drones and missiles targeting civilians this weekend alone. But Vladimir Putin should have learned by now, never underestimate the resilience of the Ukrainian people or the determination of their friends. Ukraine's security is our security. Ukraine's fight is our fight. As Ukraine stands firm against Russia, Britain stands firm with Ukraine. But you know, where President Zelensky and President Trump have called for talks on peace, Putin has sought only to escalate war. We've seen Russian drones over Poland and Romania, Russian fighter jets over Estonia, entering NATO airspace, reckless, dangerous provocation. So that is why our party stands firm in NATO under the leadership of our Defence Secretary, John Healey, an alliance which is vigilant and resolute. And make no mistake, if we need to confront planes in NATO airspace without permission, then we will do so, because this party should be very proud that in Ukraine's greatest time of need, President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people have had no better friends than our country, our government, and our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. But there is a choice between a Labour foreign policy rooted in our belief that strength at home depends on our partnerships abroad and whatever chaotic right-wing ideology we end up facing at the next election, with politicians who are happy for us to surrender our national interests or slide into isolation. Because while we are standing up to Putin, Nigel Farage calls him the leader he most admires. While we are strengthening the NATO alliance, they trot out Russian propaganda claiming NATO caused the war. And while we opened our hearts and our homes to Ukrainian children, their policy is to turn them away. While we do new trade deals underpinned by international law, they want to rip up those rules and lose the jobs and investment we need. And while we work together to renew Britain, they tour the world seeking every opportunity to run our country down. Because unlike the plastic patriots in Reform, we in Labour are proud to be British, proud of our values, and we know what our flag really means. Ask those overseas what it means to them when they see the Union Jack or the St George's Cross, and you'll hear people in every continent talk with admiration about our royal family and our parliament, our heritage and our culture, our armed forces and our universities, the literature, music, film and sport that we've given the world, the British inventions that have changed history. But even more than that, they will tell you that our flags stand for justice, for fairness, for tolerance, and for decency. A flag on the side of an army truck that's meant the difference between life and death for people facing massacre in Sierra Leone or Kosovo. A flag on the side of a crate that's brought vaccines and medicine, food and water to those in desperate need. And a flag on the diplomatic table that means a trading partner you can trust and an ally who will never let you down. That is what our flag means to our friends around the world, the way our country comes together and not divided. And if anyone doesn't believe that, just think back 6 years to when the England's men's football team played a qualifying match in Kosovo and the players lined up for the national anthems. As God Save the Queen began to play, every Kosovan fan in the stadium held up a St. George's flag, and amid them all, a banner which read, "You gave us hope for freedom." And they waved our flag with pride. They applauded our anthem with warmth. They sang the name of our Queen because they remembered how Britain had stood with them. That is what our country stands for around the world. That is what we must always continue to be. A force for good, a force for peace, and a force for hope. Conference, thank you.
Thank you, Yvette Cooper. It's now time to hear from the floor. This is a debate that can cover a range of policy across foreign affairs and defence. As part of this, we're about to hear 2 emergency motions on peace in the Middle East. We recognise that delegates will feel very passionately on this matter, as I do myself. However, I ask all delegates to respect other delegates and their point of view, as well as respecting the law, so that we can have a good debate. We'll start with the 2 emergency motions. Oh. Thank you. We'll start with the 2 emergency motions. Our first motion is Peace in the Middle East, Motion 1, and will be moved by Hackney North and Stoke Newington CLP, and seconded by Chesham and Amersham CLP. Could the mover and seconder please make their way to the Speaker's desk? The second emergency motion, Peace in the Middle East, Motion 2, will be moved by Unison and seconded by Aslef. Please, could those delegates also come to the Speaker's desk to register? Okay. Can I have the first speaker? Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Susan Top, Delegate for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, Chair of London Young Labour and first-time Speaker. Conference, we meet here at a moment of human tragedy and moral urgency. Since the horrific events of October 7th, the brutal attack carried out by the terrorist organisation that is Hamas, we have seen thousands of Palestinians killed. The people of Gaza have endured horrors that none of us can ignore. More than 65,000 Palestinians killed, including 20,000 children. Parents pulling their dead sons and daughters out of rubble, families starving because food is deliberately blocked, and doctors operating by candlelight with no medicine or sterility. And in the West Bank, mass displacement not seen since 1967. These are not just statistics, they are lives. They are children who should be in school, not in mass graves. They are mothers and fathers who want exactly what our families want: safety, dignity, and a future. Conference, I am proud of the historic step our Labour government took last week of recognising the state of Palestine. But recognition must mean action. 7th October was the deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust. Israel has a right to defend itself, but that can't be in the manner that kills 20,000 children. The time for peace is now. That means fully suspending arms sale that could be used in this conflict. That means working with our allies to get aid into Gaza, not just via dangerous airdrops, but via land. And yes, it means pressing for a ceasefire, because every day without a ceasefire means more children buried, more families destroyed, and more hostages left in fear. Conference, the Labour government is already showing leadership on the world stage and taking steps with our international allies. By passing this motion, we are giving it our full backing to go further, to act decisively, and to ensure our government continues to take action to end the horror and build peace. Since October 7th, we have seen a horrific rise in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism in my diverse community in Hackney, and I have worked proudly with community groups to combat this, because this is more than just foreign policy. As Labour, we stand against oppression, we stand for international law, and we stand for peace, justice and security for both Palestinians and Israelis. Support this motion, support our Labour government, and let us send a message of hope that the world is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I have the Speaker second the motion, please?
Conference, Parmjit Dand seconding this motion on behalf of Chesham and Amersham CLP. First time here as a constituency delegate, actually. Although the view is familiar, I must say. Now, Conference, this motion does remind us that Hamas perpetrated the worst massacre in Israel's history on October the 7th, 2023. It's crucial that's at the heart of this motion because we as a responsible party need to get that across. But crucially, as has already been said, this motion spells out that 65,000 Palestinians have been killed, 20,000 of them children. And it's also important to get that documented in this motion because Israel has denied it time and again. The motion supports the role and the jurisdiction of both the ICJ and the International Criminal Court in the investigation of the most serious crimes, and that includes investigating genocide too. Conference, for far too many years, the world has watched whilst illegal settlements have expanded on the West Bank. That must end. Now, thank you. I've only got 2 minutes, so at the heart of this motion is the two-state solution, and we salute the work that our government has done, not least in supporting statehood for the Palestinian people. Having listened to ministers and the weight of work they're involved in, we're not looking to micromanage them. We know they are doing a lot, and we know it is very demanding of their time, and they need to be able to negotiate. But we are also spelling out a path for fairness, justice, and an end to this war. So I urge you all, please support Emergency Resolution 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I have the mover for Emergency Motion 2?
Morning, Conference. Christina McInerney from Unison. The momentous decision by the Government to recognise the State of Palestine is a critical contribution towards achieving peace in the Middle East. It confirms the UK's commitment to a two-state solution in deeds, not just words. But this motion is about what we do next. Of course, what happened on the 7th of October 2023 was horrific. And since then, as has been said, 65,000 Palestinians have died. And on the news every single night, we see the Palestinians of Gaza suffering famine, death and destruction. And yes, Conference, genocide. Let's not play with semantics. Let's use the word. Most experts now agree this is genocide. But if we wait for this to be confirmed by a court, it will be too late because it's already happening as we sit here. And that's one of the reasons why I'm asking you to oppose Composite 1. And Composite 1 also calls for the arms trade with Israel to be suspended only in relation to this conflict. How can that possibly be policed and monitored? And it was really good to see the Prime Minister coordinating recognition of the State of Palestine with other like-minded countries. And that powerful contribution has made a huge difference. You only had to see the vitriolic response from Netanyahu at the United Nations to see that. So if the UK government can bring countries together like this, in the face of opposition from Israel and the USA, it can coordinate to aid and support and stop the killing, end the famine and save lives. I know we're sending in aid via airdrops, but this is the most costly and ineffective way to get aid into Gaza. We must do more. Why can't we, along with those other countries that have recognised Palestine, like France, Australia, Canada, Italy and Norway, why can't we all send fleets in, loaded with aid and supplies, right to the shores of Gaza? We cannot continue to watch from the sidelines in horror as people are being slaughtered, as women and children starve to death or are maimed trying to reach the food that would keep them alive. We need to intervene, as we have done in countries in the past, to stop the slaughter of innocent people and prevent famine. Conference, I don't want to be standing here this time next year and for nothing to have changed in Gaza. Our Labour Party, with our trade unions, have a long and proud history of campaigning for peace in the Middle East. Now is the time to act once more. We've got to find a way to end the war, bring all the hostages back, and of course, Israel has the right to defend itself and protect its citizens, as any country has. But, Conference, I ask you this: who is defending Palestine and protecting the people of Gaza? The tide is turning, with one country after another recognising Palestine. We now need to get the borders open, ensure aid gets in, and the bombs stop falling. Conference, please support this composite, and I ask you to oppose Composite 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Can I have the seconder for this motion, please?
Morning, comrades. Miles Colombini from ASLEF, seconding this motion 2 on peace in the Middle East. I'm a bit of a loss, really. 2 minutes is not enough to do this very complex issue justice. I will try not to repeat what's already been said, although a lot of what has already been said is clearly of vital importance. But it would be remiss of me first not to applaud the decision to recognise statehood for Palestine. And also, it would be remiss of me not to mention the appalling, horrific genocide that is quite clearly taking place against the people of Palestine at the hands of the Israeli government. So that is the bit where I do repeat the previous speakers. I really want to focus on this composite rather than the issue, because the issue's been covered. So this particular composite, what it does, it provides a strategy by which to address the crisis in the Middle East, and it also outlines the tools by which that strategy will be delivered. So, banning of arms. That's surely a no-brainer. It would be perverse. It would be perverse to provide anybody, whether it be an individual or a state, with weaponry and then get upset when they use it to do harm. A totally perverse position. So we have to stop supplying Israel with arms. The second The second part I would like to focus on is the issue of sanctions. And more broadly, or more
sorry,
specific...
Speaker, your time is up.
Completely?
Completely.
OK, well, look, we have to have sanctions against Israel. History demonstrates what sanctions can do. We only have to look at South Africa. Please support this. It is a roadmap to...
Thank you, Speaker.
Yvette, if we are going to be a force for good, it starts here. Support the item. Peace in the Middle East. Freedom for Palestine.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. So that just shows you that 2 minutes is quite quick. So now we're going to move on to, for speakers from the floor. I'll now take speakers in rounds of 3. If you are called, you will need to register at the desk before coming up to the podium. So can I see all those? OK. Can I take the delegate with blue jacket and a beard, I think, over there? Can I have the delegate over there with the blue hair, which is... Yeah, thank you. That's easy for me to spot. And one more. I think, can I have the delegate over there with a hand up with the blue jacket? I think, is that? Thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Joshua Garfield, Labour Councillor and Jewish Labour Movement. Conference, for nearly 2 years, we've watched horror unfold. The worst terror attack in Israel's history. The deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. A war that has devastated Gaza, killed tens of thousands, and with 48 hostages still in Hamas tunnels. 2 years ago, we stood together, right here at Labour Conference in Liverpool, and watched the horrors of October 7th unfold before our eyes. We held a minute's silence in this hall for the men slaughtered, the women raped and murdered, and the children's lives so cruelly ended by violent terror. With us at conference later today is Sharon Lifshitz, the daughter of kidnapped Israelis, one murdered and one freed. But Sharon chooses not vengeance, but peace. The peace that her murdered father Oded believed in, from a kibbutz that escorted Palestinians to life-saving surgery. Her mother Yocheved, who lost everything, yet still calls for reconciliation. Her father, who worked on the ground for coexistence and understanding between Palestinians and Israelis, doing more for peace than most of us will ever manage. That is not the easy path. It's the hardest path. But it's necessary. We would dishonor Sharon's family, her ransacked community, and thousands of war victims if we pass a motion that ignores Hamas entirely. Does not even say the word Hamas. If we pass this motion, what would we be saying?
I'm sorry, Delegate. 2 minutes. Sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't do a disservice to Palestinians fighting for peace or Israelis fighting for coexistence, and crucially, our Labour government trying to be a light in this world. Reject this and choose peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. I'm the Secretary of Lincoln CLP, so Hamish Falconer is our local MP, as well as the Minister for Middle East, Gaza and Afghanistan and Pakistan. So I'm speaking in support of Emergency Motion 1. I've just mentioned I may have a strange accent as well as strange hair because I'm a dual Australian, British citizen, and I hope you all enjoyed Albo's speech yesterday. I'm lucky enough to have 2 Labour Prime Ministers now. And having been politically restricted most of my career, it's fantastic to be here and to actually be able to have a debate where we can influence our government. And they are our government, we are our government, and we should trust our government that they're on the front line, they know what they're doing, and we should trust in this motion about peace and how we actually get there. So as I mentioned, Hamish is our MP. He feeds back to our constituency Labour Party meetings every month, and we see the personal cost to him of being on the front line and seeing what happens in Gaza. And I ask my colleagues in Lincoln CLP, please don't personally attack him. You can see how hard it is. But we need to trust our government and support Emergency Motion 1. Thank you.
Can I have the next delegate, please?
Hello, Conference. My name is Josh Lissler-Jennings, and I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you. Conference, I urge you to support Motion 1 and vote against Motion 2. I know that everyone in this room and in this government is utterly outraged by what we have seen unfold in Gaza across the last 2 years. The only way to solve this conflict is through supporting the government's diplomacy with international allies to deliver a two-state solution. We must stay unified and support the government. I urge you to vote against the second motion because it does not mention October 7th and Hamas, which fundamentally undermines this government's position. It is absolutely critical that we unify and support the government on this matter. As the Prime Minister has said across the last 2 days, we are utterly in the fight of our lives against reform. If we do not unify on this issue, Conference, we must ask ourselves, what would a reform government do about Gaza and Palestine? They wouldn't have recognised Palestine, and they wouldn't be working night and day to secure a lasting peace. That is why it is so important we remain unified on this issue, and that is why, Conference, I urge you to support Motion 1 and vote against Motion 2. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. We've only got time for one more round, so if you could put your hands up in the air and I'll be able to... I think delegate there with the white jumper, is that? Yep. I've got someone at the back. Can I have the delegate there? Have you got a golden... Yep, thank you. And I think, is there a delegate... Oh, can I have, is that a delegate over, right in the back with... Have you got... Is that green or olive that you got on? Yeah, that's you. Yeah, that's, thank you. And I'm sorry, that is going to be our last round. As you know, this is a time debate, so my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity of speaking. I'm also speaking in favour of Motion 1 and against Motion 2. I'm speaking in favour of peace and against stoking the conflict. We do have to recognise the hurt and damage on all sides, and not to recognise the atrocities of October the 7th is appalling. Israel is at war. Rockets are being fired into the country on a regular basis. Fires are being set in fields of crops. People are being attacked in the street. But none of this is reported. My 8-year-old cousin spends regular time in his bomb shelter with his family. Doesn't get mentioned on the BBC. There's a lot of discussion today and in the conference generally about language, about misinformation, about the words we use from people like Trump and Reform. But we need to be really careful about the extraordinary use of language that has happened around this debate. And when I was asked about hostages recently, somebody argued about, what about the Palestinian hostages? You can't be so loose about these terms. October the 7th was an extraordinary event and should never be repeated. We have to acknowledge that the leadership on both sides is destructive and undesirable, and we've been there with governments we don't like. I've believed in a two-state solution all my life, and it's never seemed further away. Please don't stoke the conflict. Please recognise the hurt on all sides, and please vote for Motion 1.
Can I ask for the next delegate, please?
Hello, Conference. Councillor Situl Punja from Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner. Conference, I speak in support of Motion 1 because, Conference, if there is one thing that we must do here today, we must leave this debate ensuring our ministers and government have our full support in delivering lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. Ambitions over a two-state solution have been part of foreign policy in the Middle East for decades. Conference, it is this government, under Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who took the historic and monumental step to recognise the State of Palestine, a vital step for a two-state solution to be achieved. Palestine must be part of the peace solution, not a consequence of it. The atrocities committed by Hamas on October the 7th in Israel and the devastation caused in the West Bank by Israeli forces killing more than 65,000 Palestinians since October 2023 are imprinted in all of our minds, and we want this to stop. Sadly, Motion 2 does not even mention Hamas or the West Bank. That's why I speak to Motion 1. Conference, as we sit safely in our seats here in Liverpool, debating over language and discourse, what should be and shouldn't be, Palestinians and Israelis are losing their lives. So let's come together and call our Labour government to build fervently on the steps it has already taken and to do everything in its power to help bring about lasting peace. Let your voice be the part of that hope. Please support Motion 1 and reject Motion 2.
And next speaker, please.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Jennifer Hemingway from Smethwick CLP, speaking to this very important debate and encouraging you to vote for Motion 1 and against Motion 2. Conference, language matters. The October 7th atrocities were the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history, and I still recall that emotional punch to the gut when it happened. Hamas must never play a part in a future Palestine, and Motion 2 fails to recognize this. Our government has rightly recognized Palestine, and I am proud of our Labour government for this. But going forward, Hamas can have no role in this. And Conference, on the banning of arms sales, there are some important things to note. The complete banning of arms sales would prevent NGOs from receiving body armor. This keeps those distributing vital aid safe. Motion 1 calls on the banning for arms sales that would be used in the conflict, a minor but very important detail. Conference, the horrors in the Middle East break my heart. I'm sure this is true for many others in this hall. And our government is working to try and bring peace to the Middle East. Let's not make their job harder by supporting a motion with clumsy language. Please support Motion 1. Thank you.
Point of order, okay? If you want to go to a rostrum, and then we'll take your point of order, if it is a point of order. Do another round. Shall we do another round? Or shall we do another round? It's up to you. You're the chair. Sorry about this, but just waiting for the point of order. I might take another round while we're waiting, just in case we can get some more speakers, okay? So if I could ask you to put your hands in the air. Straight in front of me, a delegate with the glasses, blue shirt. Let's have a look. Sort of delegate over the back there with yeah, that's you, yeah, you. And sort of, a delegate there with, just on the corner, yeah, you, yeah, with the, yeah, thank you. That's all. We can still, they're still discussing the point of order, so we'll take some more speakers while they're still doing that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Morning Conference, Richard Howitt, Cambridge CLP, National Policy Forum representative. And nearly 10 years ago when I stood down from the European Parliament, I said I was making my last speech to this conference, how times change. But I was proud to propose the resolution in the European Parliament that successfully won recognition from that body for the state of Palestine. And I want to say how proud I am of our government that you have done the same for our country. In this short address, I want to address Ukraine. I was shuddered and shocked by what happened to President Zelensky in the White House, and I'm so deeply proud that our Labour government has turned that around. That we've done it once again by standing tall with other European leaders, that we've been tightening sanctions so that no one associated with British profits from Russian aggression, and that we take the Labour Party's commitment to solidarity to commit to the defence of our allies in Poland and Estonia, who don't say what would happen if we are attacked, but when we are attacked. And we have to be honest with the British people too, that the threat extends to our shores. That our UK defence systems have been subject to 80,000 cyber attacks in the last year. That there have been drones in Poland, air flyovers in the Baltic, but that a Russian spy ship made a public incursion into British waters over some of our critical underwater cables. Chair, no one in this party wants war or conflict. Our commitment to a strong defence is precisely to deter, to stop war. We've seen what results from appeasement to totalitarianism. That's the importance of our support for Ukraine today. And our country, our Labour government's actions now are essential to stopping the slide to war now. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next Delegate.
Thank you, Conference. Robert Evans from Esher and Walton. Conference, our motto here today at this conference is Renew Britain. But as we've heard from Yvette Cooper this morning and yesterday from Anthony Albanese, it's also about renewing Britain in the world, renewing Palestine and renewing Ukraine, as the previous speaker said. It's about renewing Britain and the world from the Middle East to Eastern Europe, from Australia to Asia. But, Conference, it is also about, as we heard from Yvette, renewing our relationships with Europe, with NATO, to enable us to take coordinated action on the important points in these mottos. As an MEP for 15 years, I sat round tables with like-minded people, colleagues from other European states, and sometimes people whose minds I didn't really like, but working together for common European approaches to address important issues: migration, asylum, as Yvette said, joint European policies to support disabled people and allow students to travel to other European countries. I'm delighted that Yvette is taking a strong, powerful message to the UN, following in David Lammy's footsteps, and rebuilding our important relations with the EU, relations that were so badly damaged by Brexit, a self-inflicted wound brought about by the Conservatives with, let's not forget, Lib Dem support. And Conference, I'm proud, really proud, of the way that Keir Starmer is standing tall on the European stage to support the points in these motions. A global statesman in a way that Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson, or even Liz Truss could never have been. Working with President Macron of France, working with Chancellor Merz of Germany and other leaders to not just renew Britain, but renew important ties, restore important values, and renew a common sense of global decency. Please support. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And the final delegate speaking on this. Okay, if you want to go to the rostrum control, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Margaret Pinder, Councillor Margaret Pinder, Beverley and Holderness, CLP. Thank you. I'm speaking in support of Motion 1. Writing in the Financial Times, Yuval Noah Harari described the conflict in Gaza as being fuelled by a mutual horror of destruction, and that these were not irrational fears on either side, based in either paranoia or unreason, given the history. It's taken us a long road to get to this point where we're recognising a Palestinian state, and I'm sure I echo many in the hall to wish that it had been a much shorter one. But international politics is complicated. I'm glad our previous delegate mentioned the work of Hamish Faulkner. I've been very impressed. Conference, I tell you, in terms of foreign policy, the grown-ups are not just back in the room, but back on the international stage. I think in our CLP, we held an extremely thoughtful and constructive debate on the situation in Gaza, in which we agreed on a very important principle in that we do not conflate the actions of the Netanyahu regime with the Israeli people any more than we conflate Hamas with the actions of with the Palestinian people. I think we've been better at doing the former and less so at the latter, which is why I think it's important that we support the motion that mentions the massacre on the 7th of October in 2023, because that act was deliberately designed to put the people of Israel in fear in their own state, and that's a very fundamental principle for Israel. As a state, we must be active, but we also must put actions into words in an international context. Conference, I urge you to support this motion, and although there is much to recommend in Motion 2, I think we must recognise what happened on the 7th of October so that we can support both parties to an equitable solution as good international actors. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, everyone, for that debate. Conference, we will now hear from our Secretary of State for Defence, John Healey. Thank you, John.
Conference, it's an honour to speak in this international debate, a debate dominated by the agonies of the Palestinians in Gaza, a debate in which we redouble our determination to work for the end of the Israeli offensive, the release of all hostages, the flood of aid that's so badly needed, and the two-state solution, which is the only hope of a lasting peace. And Conference, I'm proud to address you again as your Labour Defence Secretary. Proud after 12 months of change. We've given our armed forces the biggest pay increase for 2 decades. We've brought 36,000 military homes back into public ownership. We've announced record levels of support for veterans. We've won the £10 billion warship deal with Norway, which will secure 4,000 good unionised jobs for the next 15 years. And we've made the biggest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. This is Labour, delivering for defence, delivering for Britain. Conference, 3 weeks ago, I was in Kyiv. I saw homes bombed, buildings destroyed. I met Ukrainian troops and drone factory workers. And I tell you, they are defiant, They are determined, fighting back Putin's brutal invasion. And their freedom is our freedom. A secure Europe needs a strong, sovereign Ukraine. And that's why we've stepped up UK leadership on Ukraine. That's why we're providing the highest ever level of military aid to Ukraine this year. And that's why we're leading over 30 nations in the coalition of the willing, ready to provide the security guarantees for when peace comes. And 1,313 days into this war, I'm proud that Labour, proud that Britain remains united for Ukraine. And Conference, our message to Moscow from Liverpool today is this. President Putin, you will not win. Stop the killing, start the talks, agree a peace. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Conference, we are now living in a new era of threat, and that demands a new era for defence. That's why we're making this historic increase in defence spending. And with this Labour investment, we're making Britain more secure. And we're making defence an engine for growth, with a defence dividend measured in good jobs right across the United Kingdom. And defence proves that we are still at heart a nation of makers. Warships, we make them in Glasgow. Submarines, we make them in Barrow. Armoured vehicles, we make them in South Wales. Artillery barrels in Sheffield. Advanced drones in Swindon. AI systems in Plymouth. And those frigates for Norway, we start them across the Mersey here in Liverpool. Conference, with Labour's defence spending, I want to make Britain the best place in the world to invest and to grow a defence business. We will make more in Britain. We will back British industry. We'll back British innovation. We'll back British jobs. This is Labour. Delivering for defence, delivering for Britain. But you know, Conference, who won't back defence jobs? The Scottish nationalists. They refused to fund a new advanced welding centre in Glasgow. So I can announce today that the Labour government now will step in and provide the funding needed. They won't, we will. And what of the other parties? Are they any better on defence? The Tories. They left our armed forces hollowed out and underfunded. The Lib Dems, they cut the size of the British Army to its smallest since Napoleon. And Reform. They praise Putin and they put down NATO. Conference, we are the party that created NATO in that great Attlee government after the war. Now, we are the party growing jobs and growing the army. The party facing down Russia and strengthening NATO. Conference, Labour is again the party of Britain's defence. And as Defence Secretary, I get to work with some of the most outstanding people, day in, day out. And if ever you need reasons to feel proud about Britain, then look to those who serve our country to defend us all. Our soldiers on NATO's front line with Russia. Our pilots dropping aid into Gaza. Our submariners patrolling the seas for weeks on end. Our sailors on the carrier, reinforcing and reassuring allies in the Indo-Pacific. And I say to them, we can't fix 14 years of Tory failure overnight, but Labour will match your dedication with our determination to support you and to improve service life. And that starts with better homes. You know, a few weeks into government, I visited a military base, and I saw the result of years of Tory neglect. Damp, mould, pests, a hole in the wall of a bedroom of one of the children. And that's why we've pledged 1.5 billion extra for military homes in this Parliament. That's why we've introduced a new consumer charter to drive housing standards higher. And today we go further, a new approach, forces first. We will offer our forces priority access, or first dibs, if you like, to new homes built on surplus MOD land, making home ownership a reality for more of our services personnel and veterans. Better homes, better pay, better lives. Conference, this is Labour, delivering for defence, delivering for Britain. This is Labour, just 1 year into government, much done, but so much more to do. This is Labour, making our country more secure at home, strong abroad, renewing our country for good. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And now it's time for Shabana Mahmood, who will take over from chair from me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Right, hello conference. Our debate now moves on to the economy and growth, where we will be hearing from Peter Kyle and Rachel Reeves, our Chancellor. But first, we're going to have more contributions from the floor. We're going to start with moving the composite motions. Composite 8 is on guaranteed hours and will be moved by USDOR and seconded by GMB. So could I ask the mover and the seconder to make their way over to the Speaker's desk, please? After that, we're going to have the emergency motion, which is on emergency support for automotive supply chain workers following the JLR cyber attack, and that will be moved by Unite. So could I also ask the delegate, please, to get themselves registered at the Speaker's desk? And then we will have Composite 12, which is on industrial energy prices, and will be moved by GMB and seconded by ASLEF. And again, could the mover and the seconder get themselves into position at the Speaker's desk? After we have moved and seconded those three motions, we will then take delegates from the floor in the usual way before we hear from the main acts. Right, so can I first have the USDO delegate then, please, for Composite 8 on guaranteed hours? You've got 3 minutes, delegate. Thank you.
Chair, Conference. Joanne Thomas, USDO General Secretary, moving the motion on guaranteed hours. Conference, the Employment Right Bill being introduced to Parliament within the first 100 days of government wasn't just an incredible achievement, it was a line in the sand. A line between the despair brought by 14 years of Tory rule and hope brought by this Labour government, and we drew that line together, trade unions and the party that we created. And it all marked a new beginning for employment rights, new protections at work, a stronger voice at work, and crucially, more security at work. Conference, the members that I represent in retail and distribution are hard-working people. They serve their communities and their jobs matter. And yet too often they are treated like they don't matter. From one week to the next, their hours can change at the whim of their employer. They can be working 10 or 20 hours over their contracted hours every single week. But those hours can be taken away without any notice. And those hours count for nothing when people are trying to get a mortgage or take out a loan. They can't plan their finances, their childcare or their lives, and they are constantly worried about whether they'll be able to pay their bills. Conference, we all know that is no way to live. The Employment Rights Bill will bring in the right to a contract that guarantees the number of hours that you regularly work, and we've campaigned really hard for this and are delighted that it's now to become law. But as always, the devil is in the detail, and the secondary legislation will decide exactly who benefits from this right. We have no doubt whatsoever about who it should be applied to, because it was written down in black and white in the plan to make work pay. Labour promised it would apply to everyone, and we campaigned on that promise. But now there is a risk that this promise will be diluted. The right could be limited to only cover workers who are contracted on a low number of hours, meaning millions of workers will miss out. This is causing unintended consequences, because if the right only covers a select group of workers, who do you think the employer will offer the overtime to? They'll offer it to the people who aren't entitled to get it guaranteed in their contract. Of course they will. And it means that the people on the lowest hour contracts, the lowest paid workers, and by the way, more likely to be women, more likely to be disabled workers, more likely to be black workers, will miss hours on their need to live on. This won't just undermine the new right, it would actually make some of the most vulnerable workers even worse off than they are now. And Conference, this might sound complicated, but to the government I say the solution is a simple one. Just do what we said we were going to do. Provide guaranteed hours for everyone, security for everyone, fairness for everyone. And I'm proud that in the face of anti-worker opposition from Reform, the Tories, the Lib Debs and the bad bosses, this Labour government stood strong. It stood behind a plan to make work pay, and it stood up for working people.
I'm sorry, Delegate, can you wind up, please?
But now we need to push to make this a reality. Conference, let's make sure that this doesn't just belong to government, doesn't just belong to the unions, it belongs to every single worker. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And then we have our speaker from the GMB, please. Thank you.
Chair, Conference. Barbara Plant, GMB National President. Proud to second USDO's motion on guaranteed hours. Workers that I speak to up and down the country say to me that Labour's manifesto must be delivered in full, the rights that have been denied for far too long. It was never going to be easy. There was always going to be hostility from bad bosses. But we must remember who we promised change to at last year's general election. The millions of working people who put their hopes in Labour's manifesto. A year on, our members still hold out hope that this change will come, and it cannot come soon enough. Over 1 million workers are still exploited on zero-hour contracts. Employers using zero-hour contracts often say it provides workers flexibility, but 2/3 of workers on 0 hours have been on them for more than 12 months, and nearly half for 2 years or more. That's years with no guarantee that you have the money to make ends meet, that you can plan your life or be there for your loved ones. There's nothing flexible about that. It's no wonder that the polling by the TUC has found that 8 in 10 zero-hour contract workers want regular hours. Conference, it was bad bosses who fought against the national minimum wage and the Health and Safety Act at work. Both Labour achievements that apply to all workers today. But why should a right to guaranteed hours be any different? Let's get on with making work pay and delivering the right to guaranteed hours in full. I second.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. Can we now have the Unite Delegate for the emergency JLR motion, please? But she's got 3 minutes and it's seconded from the floor, right?
Thanks, Chair. Maggie Ryan, moving this emergency motion for Unite the Union. Conference. Jaguar Land Rover has been hit by the most disruptive cyber attack in our country's industrial history. Production has stopped until at least October, but could be delayed further. That doesn't just mean disruption for our car plants and the 30,000 workers employed across JLR. It also means disruption for over 100,000 workers across the component and logistics supply chain. Our union's frontline reps and officers have been working night and day to secure emergency banked hours and layoff agreements to protect jobs and wages. But as days are lost and factories are idle, anxiety grows, as does the risk of workers going unpaid or losing their jobs. This motion is calling for emergency support for wage and job protection for all impacted workers. The precedent has been set. Earlier this month in Scotland, Unite and GMB succeeded in negotiating a rescue package for electric bus builder Alexander Dennis to prevent closure. That included a wage protection scheme for workers covering 100% of wages between the government and the company, and is the first of its kind since the pandemic. Conference, in recent weeks, our General Secretary has been in talks with the new Business Secretary and his predecessor, fighting to secure the future of JLR and its supply chain. Unite welcomes the recent announcement that the government is preparing to offer financial assistance worth £1.5 billion to JLR in order to do that. This is an important first step. It shows the government has listened to the concerns raised by Unite. It is now vital that this money gets to the workers who need it and is used to prevent the loss of jobs or wages. Taking action to protect jobs is exactly what we expect a Labour government to deliver. Governments have supported the banks. It is only right to support the future of manufacturing. Conference. This cyber attack is taking place within a historic low production volume crisis for our automotive sector. Many car plants are running at only half capacity. There are many causes for this, including the disastrous impacts of Trump's tariffs and a painful transition to electric vehicles. Conference, this wider crisis has already pushed the sector, especially the component supply chain, to a critical point.
Without urgent support, it will fall, and it will take our industry with it. We know that automotive is a global industry, it is a world-leading industry, and we are proud of that.
Delegate, can I ask you to wind up, please? Thank you.
Being a global industry shouldn't mean UK workers are left exposed to every global crisis. Automotive workers are looking for our support from our party and from our government. Support us. Please support this motion. I move.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, on the emergency motion, can I just have somebody second that from the floor, please? Thank you very much. Great. And then can we move on to Composite 12 on industrial energy prices with our GMB delegate first up? Thank you.
Oh.
Chair, Conference, Sharon Yates, GMB, moving Composite 12. I'm a proud working class pottery worker, just like my mum and dad. Think for a moment about the plate that we will eat from tonight, or the bathroom sinks that we wash our hands in. Those objects may mean little to some, but they mean the world to me, because these are products of Britain's world-famous ceramic industry. In Stoke, we call it the pots. The most highly skilled potters make ceramics in my town, and we export them around the globe. But the industry we rely on is dying. Spiralling energy prices, especially gas, means that UK ceramic firms fork out £875 million in energy costs each year. That's right, almost £1 billion just on energy costs. All while counterfeit products from China have flooded our own market, driving down demand for goods we make. The results are devastating. 3 Staffordshire ceramic firms have collapsed just this year. And last month, Armitage Shanks, an iconic sanitary brand, announced it had to close one of its kilns. Hundreds of workers, thousands of families, all left in despair. Conference, we know what happens next. The decline of our industries and Tory austerity has led to more crime, more drug abuse and empty high streets. My famous 6 towns are shadows of their former selves. Is that what country we want? Allowing industries like ceramics to collapse around while importing poorly made products and low-paid workers is bad for growth. And this is against Labour's values. Conference, we potters are fighting for our jobs every single day. But our Labour government must fight also for the jobs that exist today, not just the jobs that will exist tomorrow. The government has helped our industry with electric costs, but we rely on gas. If we don't get the help the industries like ceramics within energy costs now and invest in our cleaner future, we will keep losing decent unionised jobs. And when those jobs go, our communities go with them. People become desperate, and no one preys on desperate people more than Nigel Farage. Conference, we must back British manufacturing, because this is how we secure our future. You cannot build houses, make steel, or even jet planes without ceramics.
Delegate, can you wind up?
And, yeah, nearly finished. And for every 2 jobs in ceramics, you support a 3rd job elsewhere. So I'm saying to Conference, please support Composite 12, and I say to the Labour government, Do not let the lights go out on our ceramic industry. Let's make our future proud and not a proud
Thank you, Delegate.
of the past. Back our British ceramics.
And now we have our delegate from ASLEF to second the motion. Hi, Mick.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. Proud to support Composite 12. I've been here many times calling for the renationalisation of utilities and rail and mail, and I'm proud to be part of the party that's renationalised my railways. But it doesn't mean we haven't inherited a legacy under the previous privatisation that has hindered manufacturing, that has hindered growth, that has hindered jobs, that has hindered prosperity. And we find ourselves in this ridiculous situation in the railway. Well, I haven't said we're the greener and more better alternative, where we are mothballing electric engines in the freight sector because of the high cost of electricity. And we are bringing out archaic diesel engines. And I'm not against heritage traction. I quite like railways. But at that same time, they are not the greener option. They're not where we need to be and not where we need to go. And also, if we want to grow manufacturing, we have to be part of that real-time delivery process, that green agenda that gets our goods from A to B where they should be. And the Tories spectacularly failed in 14 years to continue that rolling programme of electrification that we've supported and that we need to make our railways better, but also to offer our customers in the freight sector the transport they require, to allow our manufacturers to grow, to allow us to get to where we need to be. So part of this is calling for that rolling programme of electrification to come back. But I think just one or two little things. Wouldn't it be nice if British Steel was the rails of our railway and manufactured in the UK? Wouldn't it be nice if all the manufacturers in the UK could use that green integrated transport system to get their goods from A to B? Wouldn't it be nice that we could undo the problems of the Tories and create that fairer energy system I think that we all aspire to? So it is about what we want for future generations. It is about completing those supply chains. It is about growth. It is about future jobs. It is about prosperity. It is about apprenticeships. So please support.
Thank you. Thank you, Mick. Now, Conference, unfortunately, we are running very short of time. So in this section, I'm actually only going to call a couple of speakers before we hear from Peter. But don't worry, this session will continue later on this afternoon. And so if you do want to speak, you'll get another chance when Conference reconvenes this afternoon. So can I have a show of hands for the two that I'm going to pick now, please? Okay, so in the middle section, there's only one person who's put his hand up there. You, sir, thank you. And the woman in green, there you go. That's my two. But don't worry, everybody else, you'll be able to speak later this afternoon. Thank you. If the delegates could come to the speaker's desk, and you've got 2 minutes.
Conference and Chair, I'm Kerry Cassidy, here as a delegate for ASLEF, the Train Drivers Union. We should have been seconding the emergency support for automotive supply chain workers, but it was seconded from the floor. ASLEF stands in solidarity with Unite the Union and all workers affected by the situation at Jaguar Land Rover. This data breach has shown a weakness in the safeguards that support our core industries. We must do more to protect these sectors and the workers in them. We welcome the government's decisive action over the weekend, but it is now vital that our long-term industrial strategy builds in robust safeguards to protect this supply chain as it supports so many industries, from our railways to our steel sector. And we must give workers the guarantee that their livelihoods will be secure in the face of risks like these. Any pause in regular workflow at businesses like Jaguar Land Rover has a domino effect on the wider network. As the trade union for train drivers, ASLEF has seen firsthand the impact on the supply chain. The interruption of car production at Jaguar Land Rover has affected the transport of steel coil for body pressings, which has resulted in train traffic supplying both steel and completed cars to the docks for export being halted. Rail freight companies will continue to see a drop in businesses while this situation is ongoing. impacting other industries who rely on these parts and potentially the jobs of ASLEF members. The rail freight industry is a huge part of our supply chain, creating pathways for goods to reach customers and for businesses to export products, bringing billions into the UK economy. Our industrial strategy will only work if it protects all businesses up and down the country. That means considering the wider reaching supply chain and the workers in those businesses. Conference, we ask on behalf of all workers and businesses affected that you support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next delegate, please. Thank you.
Cliff Bowen speaking on behalf of Unite the Union. Conference, my union fully supports this crucial composite. The UK needs secure, internationally competitive energy prices to support our critical industrial base. That includes steel, chemicals, textiles, refineries, pharma, glass, railways and our oil and gas sector. We need the government to have a clear industrial strategy to support the key sectors and their skilled workforces as they face the twin challenges of global instability and climate change. Conference, I speak from experience. I represent over 35,000 oil and gas workers in the North Sea, where we are losing 1,000 jobs a month. 1,000 jobs a month. Death by 1,000 cuts, and it cannot continue. We need a genuine workers' just transition to low-carbon technologies with sustainable, high-skilled jobs. A real just transition for energy workers with like-for-like job replacements, reskilling and proper protections to any job that is at risk. Grangemouth showed us what failure looks like. 100 years of refining ended. 2,000 jobs lost. A broken £200 million government promise and a community devastated. Empty promises of a just transition ringing in the workers' ears. And we are still waiting on that £200 million. We cannot repeat this. Now our members at the Lindsay Oil Refinery face similar threats, putting over 1,000 jobs at risk, plus many more in the supply chain. A disgraceful situation that needs government intervention and to be resolved. Conference, the transition to a low-carbon economy cannot be left to the market. There can be no ban without a plan. We demand a fully funded workers' plan for jobs at the heart of our industrial policy. We will no longer accept decarbonisation by deindustrialisation. No more disgraceful closures like we've seen at Grangemouth. Support UK jobs, support workers, support the composite.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And again, if there are others who want to speak, you'll have another chance later this afternoon in the same debate. So, Conference now, please welcome the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Peter Kyle.
On behalf of my amazing ministerial team, thank you for such a warm welcome to Conference. Now, let me start by making something absolutely crystal clear. I will implement the Employment Rights Bill in full. And Conference, let me pay tribute also to the extraordinary work of Angela Rayner, not just on this bill, but for so much more too. We are eternally grateful to all that she has given to our movement. Now, I believe in public services. It's what brought me into this movement in the first place. And I also believe in the success of British businesses too. You see, I don't believe that you can have one without the other. And Britain only succeeds when it gets the best from both. Businesses and workers, public and private, manufacturing and services, traditional and new. You see, Conference, to be pro-public services,
you have to be pro-business too. This is why we have an industrial strategy launched by Johnny Reynolds, which will make all parts of our country better off. So when Jaguar Land Rover was hit by a cyber attack, and I look at the countless businesses in the supply chain that are being affected, being pro-business means doing what we can to ensure that the automotive sector can succeed. Conference, last week I visited Jaguar Land Rover. I met workers, unions, management, supply chain companies, and that's why I have announced a £1.5 billion support, a huge amount of money to help a hugely important company. Conference, that is the difference a Labour government with a modern industrial strategy can make. So, my dad grew up just 2 miles away from here in Wavertree. He left school at 14. He was in the Navy at 16, where he said that he learnt discipline. He worked as a door-to-door salesman and then went on to run his own business. So, I understand. I know what it takes. I've seen the hard work it takes to run a business. I've lived it, and that's why I will do everything I can. I will encourage and reward entrepreneurs for building the businesses that are creating the wealth. That's why I know it's so important to have a government that is on your side. I stand fully behind our small businesses plan to make sure that businesses are paid on time so that they can grow. And that means not just the people who run businesses, but the people who work in the businesses too, including people who have come here and now have indefinite leave to remain. So, on your behalf, let me say something directly to them. You are welcome, you are valued, and you do a great job for Britain. Whether you are a health worker, a management consultant, whether you're a social worker or a musician, we thank you. Thank you. So how do I know I'm right about this? Because Nigel Farage thinks I'm wrong. And that's also why it's important that we have digital ID. I don't need to tell unions that the undercutting of terms and conditions is not only wrong, but it damages the relationship between employers and employees. Digital ID cards are part of the fight against cheap labour, undercutting business and unions who play by the rules. And to those employers who exploit people for a quick buck, let me be clear. Your days are numbered. This movement is for fair pay and fair work. Conference, no one said that government would be easy. And I know that sometimes we've made it look unnecessarily hard. But governing is hard. And it's hard because you have to take difficult decisions. Everyone knew that there was no money. And the heart of my job is to help grow the economy so that we have more money to deliver the services that we all want and our country deserves. But at the beginning of this journey, we have to do things that are tough. We have to deal with people that are hard. We have to engage with people that don't believe what we believe. We have to respect people with whom we have honest disagreements. Because if we don't forge strong global relationships, our businesses cannot fulfill their potential. Our economy cannot grow, our country cannot get better. Now, I want to thank the team at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. They will have already found out how brilliant their new Secretary of State, Liz Kendall, is. The opportunity for me to be fully immersed in the future technologies was eye-opening, and that experience will stay with me in this job too. So I want to say a few words about AI and the impact I believe that it will have on the future of businesses, the workforce, the country more generally too. We cannot be the party that tries to live in the past. Now that space is already occupied by Reform and the Tories. We are the party of the white heat of technology. We are the party of progress. So it falls on us to facilitate the future. We cannot stop AI from changing our economy no more than we can hold back the tide. But we can use the power of government to harness it and to shape it. And this Labour government will leave nobody behind. When we came into office, we were the sick state of Europe, fashioned on a messy Brexit, based on the promises of better deals for farmers, better deals for businesses, better deals for workers, promises of trade deals galore, and the golden prize of a US trade deal. Now, in less than 12 months, Keir Starmer has re-established Britain back as a powerhouse on the international stage. And why is that important, conference? It's important because it allowed us to do the first USA trade deal, a deal that meant safe jobs and greater opportunities to export. It allowed us to do new trade deals with Europe to begin to correct the terrible damage done by the Conservatives. We have much more to do, but it is a good start. It allowed us to do a new deal with India, opening up new, exciting export markets and opportunities. And conference, it has meant that companies who would not look at this country 15 months ago are now investing in our future, our jobs, our people. So we welcome the investments of Microsoft, £22 billion investment, their largest ever into the UK. Google, £5 billion. CoreWeave, £1.5 billion. Salesforce, £1.4 billion into our country. And why are they coming here? They're coming here because of a Labour government. And conference, we are going to grow the economy. And I can tell you why I'm so confident that we will. Firstly, as we all know, we have the best workforce in the world. We also have the finest universities in the world. We are a country full of curious minds that want to build and harness the new. And conference, we have a Labour government. A government who recalled Parliament to protect the production of British steel and keep the blast furnaces open in Scunthorpe. A government that has given an annual pay boost of £2,500 to the lowest paid workers. So I can say to our political opponents, stop running our country down. Celebrate the brilliance that is Britain. The industries that have made us the greatest country in the world, from fashion, television, film, steel, and car making, from nuclear to renewables. So let me say to the scientists, the entrepreneurs, the wealth creators, if your country doesn't want you, Britain is a country that does welcome the best and the brightest. Britain is on the march forwards once again. Conference, we are embarked on a new joint endeavour to rebuild the British economy for the people and for the people. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
very well-deserved standing ovation there for Peter, and he also walks away with some exceptional merchandise, which thank you very much, GMB, for that. Maybe there's one for the rest of the Cabinet as well, please. Just one point of clarification, folks, before we move on, and that is just that there are going to be votes on all composites at the end of the day. So you've got lots of voting to come later on as well. So we are soon going to hear from our Chancellor of the Exchequer, but before we do so, we're going to see a short film.
I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer. This government was given a mandate to restore stability to our economy and to begin a decade of national renewal. To girls and young women everywhere, I say, let there be no ceiling on your ambition, your hopes, and your dreams. The minimum wage up, real wages up, house building up, NHS investment up, investment in our schools up, investment in our roads up, defence spending up. Fixing the foundations of our economy, investing in our future, delivering change, rebuilding Britain.
Conference. We will now hear a few words from Matt Williams, who is a welder at Hinkley Point C and a GMB rep in the nuclear energy sector. Hi, Matt.
Conference, I must admit, I forgot my suit. But what an honour it is to stand here today to address you. I'm a proud GMB member, I'm a proud construction worker, and if you haven't already noticed, I'm a proud Welshman and Welsh speaker. I met Rachel at GMB Congress, where she made the announcement government were going to build Sizewell C nuclear power plant, investing in the biggest nuclear building programme in a generation, and investing in us. When I heard the promise, I felt honoured and excited. Delighted that our union voices have been heard alongside the rest of industry. This Labour government have shown the public something the Conservatives never did. That is committed to investing in the sectors of the future that will benefit households and families in years to come. That this will champion workers, create opportunities, giving them good, quality, skilled, unionised jobs. Allowing not just me, but every worker in every sector to have their life changed for the better. Building Sizewell C and committing £14.2 billion of investment, members across my union felt like they were pride in our industry again. After 14 years of false promises, we finally felt heard. This Labour government saw what I could see, that is a future in nuclear, a future in clean energy, and an infrastructure investment that will create jobs and grow the economy, fulfilling the promise this government made last year. Rachel's actions made one thing clear. She has a confidence in my future, and this Labour government and Rachel Reeves are investing in a brighter future for the whole of Britain. This is the difference with a Labour government. And on behalf of all of us working in the sector, thank you. And I hope you really understand why it's my greatest pleasure to introduce the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference, and thank you, Matt, for that incredibly kind introduction. Your enthusiasm alone could power half the country for many years to come. Conference. In June, at the GMB Congress, I was proud to announce this Labour government's full backing for Sizewell C, a landmark investment in a new era of nuclear power. That plant will employ 10,000 people, create thousands more jobs in its supply chains, and produce the energy to power 6 million homes. We made that investment because when we came into office just over a year ago, this country was faced with a stark choice: investment or decline. To invest in Britain's renewal, or to carry on with the same Tory economics and the same results. So for jobs and for pay, for energy independence and for our national security, we chose investment. The Tories wouldn't invest when they were in power. The Tories now oppose that choice from opposition. So, Conference, don't ever let anyone tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. I promised you we would run the economy differently. No longer would we turn a blind eye to where things are made and who makes them, or shrug our shoulders when the national interest is on the line. Because a strong economy must rest on strong foundations. I call that approach securonomics. That's why, when the shipbuilder Harland and Wolff was in danger, we chose to step in, to guarantee a future for shipbuilding in Belfast, in Devon, and in Fife. And I am proud to see the British shipbuilding industry going from strength to strength. With just last month, a record £10 billion export order from Norway for Scottish-built frigates. It's why we're taking action to protect the automotive industry, the jewel in the crown of British manufacturing, with a £1.5 billion loan guarantee to support Jaguar Land Rover, provide certainty and support for the jobs in its business and in its supply chain. And in April, when the foreign owners of British Steel rejected our offers of support, redirected essential materials overseas, and prepared that company to close, we faced another choice. We could do what the Tories did and stand idly by while jobs and industrial capacity were lost, or we could choose a different path, to take control of that company in the national interest. That was not just an economic choice, but a test of our conviction, our patriotism, and our Labour values. This government was not willing. This government was not willing, I was not willing, to tolerate a situation in Britain's steel capacity was fundamentally undermined. And nor was I willing
to see yet another working-class community lose its pride, lose the prosperity, lose the dignity that industry provides. So we chose to intervene, to save British steel and the jobs that go with it. The Tories would not back British steel, and they wouldn't back Britain's steel workers. But this Labour government is unequivocal. There must be a future. There will be a future for steel forged here on British soil. Today, I can tell you more. We are introducing new legislation to put our economic security first. We understand your cause, and we are recognising a Palestinian state, but we are now a party in government, not a party of protest. And I'm proud to stand here as your Chancellor. The Chancellor that's increased the minimum wage, a Chancellor that is introducing free breakfast clubs and free school meals, a Chancellor that's overseen 5 cuts to interest rates. That's the difference we make, and that is the difference we make in power, not through protest. Our party has changed, and that is why I am standing here, proud to be your Chancellor of the Exchequer. We're putting Britain first, empowering us to prioritise British-built ships and British-forged steel, strengthening our national economic security, and creating good manufacturing jobs here in Britain. Because where things are made and who makes them does matter. And as we build those new railways and new roads, the new power stations and new runways for this generation and the next, we want the security and the good unionised jobs that come from making things here in Britain. I promised you we'd run the economy differently. The Tories didn't do it, and they still don't get it, but Labour does. So don't let anyone ever tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. There is one reason why we have the power to make these choices. It's not a matter of luck or a routine swing in the political pendulum. It is because, thanks, Keir, to your leadership and to the efforts of countless people in this hall and beyond, that we earned the privilege to serve. Because we, every one of us, gave our all to regain the trust of the British people, to earn this precious chance to put our values into practice. Let me tell you what brought me here and what gets me up every morning. Let me tell you what I believe in and what drives me. Conference, you know where I come from. My mum and dad were primary school teachers, and I'm really proud of that. I know how hard they worked to give all the children that they taught the very best start in life. I know how hard all our teachers work. And I know parents' hopes and fears when it comes to their kids. I feel them for my own. But ordinary families find themselves fighting against a system which hoards privilege at the top, leaves too many working-class kids behind. I joined the Labour Party almost 30 years ago now, because I could see that the Conservative governments I grew up under in the 80s and 90s, they didn't care much about schools like mine. Ellie knows that too. They didn't care much about the kids we grew up with. Textbooks rationed, libraries closed, kids herded into porter cabins, their prospects written off. I joined our party because I wanted to change all that. And those same values drive me now today. Conference, I believe in a Britain founded on contribution, where we do our duty for each other and where hard work is matched by fair reward. I believe in a Britain based on opportunity, where ordinary kids can flourish, unhindered by their backgrounds. And I believe that Britain's real wealth is found not only in the success of the fortunate few, but in the talents of all our people, in every part of our great country. But, Conference, we all know that our shared values can only achieve things for ordinary people if we have the power to act on them and a credible plan to put them into effect. A plan fit for an uncertain world in which we find ourselves, not for the world that we wish it might be. A plan to build a stronger, more resilient economy, able to navigate this age of insecurity. No one said it was going to be easy, but take pride in what we are achieving together. Not just the pride in winning, but pride too in the choices we are making and the lives we are changing. Remember that in every single one of the 451 days that we have been in office, we have achieved more than in the more than 5,000 days that we spent powerless in opposition. Every day since the 4th of July last year has brought with it a chance to change Britain for the better. Creating Britain's first genuine living wage, getting spades in the ground on new road and rail projects, backing our communities to strengthen pride in place, including here in Merseyside with the reopening of Southport Pier, investing in homegrown British energy, freezing fuel duty, capping bus fares, recruiting new neighbourhood police, opening school breakfast clubs, expanding free school meals, lifting 100,000 children out of poverty as we do it, and delivering a pay rise, a deserved pay rise, to our nurses, our teachers, our police and our armed forces. And Conference, we're making the NHS fit for the future too, with £29 billion a year towards its day-to-day funding, a record cash investment, the NHS, created by a Labour government, protected by every Labour government, and renewed by this Labour government. Let me tell you something else we will do. I remember as a kid that my school library was turned into a classroom because there were more students than there was space. Think about the message that that sends about a government's priorities. How little value is placed on opportunities for kids to learn and to grow, to explore their interests independently, or to find a quiet place to study that isn't always on offer at home. Under another Conservative government, a generation later, many more kids have that experience. Today in England, there are 1,700 primary schools that don't have a school library. That's not right, and I will not let it stand. So I am committing here today to providing a library in every single primary school in England by the end of this Parliament. That is a statement of my values. That is a statement of the value that this government places on all our children's futures. So, Conference, the Tories don't make those choices. Reform would never make those choices. So take pride. Take pride in our values put into action. And Conference, don't ever let anyone tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. Remember how it felt to look on as the Tories took our country in the wrong direction. Austerity, the botched Brexit deal, the mini-budget, school roofs crumbling, NHS waiting lists soaring, 5 prime ministers, 7 chancellors, the worst parliament on living standards ever. Our institutions and our country's very reputation in tatters. And never forget what they did during the pandemic. While we were kept apart from our loved ones and feared for our families, the Conservatives partied in Downing Street and dished out contracts to their friends and to their donors. We are still paying the bill for their waste and their cronyism. So I'm pleased to tell you that thanks to our COVID Corruption Commissioner, almost £400 million has now been recovered for taxpayers that have been lost to COVID fraud. And we will continue that fight, and we will continue that fight to recover more from those PPE contracts that failed to deliver. But we won't stop there. In the coming months, we are bringing in additional new powers to investigate and recover more money from fraudsters who have ripped off the government and ripped off our public services. And I can tell you today too that to deploy those new powers, we are recruiting a new hit squad to investigate and recover all the money that is owed to the British people. Because, conference, we want our money back. We are getting that money back, and we are putting it where it belongs, in our communities, in our schools, and in our National Health Service. But the most enduring consequences of the Conservatives' time in office come from their economic failure. They made Britain poorer. They made working people poorer. And they left our public finances in disarray. The single biggest factor underlying Britain's challenges on the cost of living, on the public finances, and on our public services is their 14-year failure on economic growth. If the UK economy had grown at just the average of other advanced economies in those 14 years, our economy today would be £140 billion bigger. That's almost £5,000 for every family in the UK. Our economic renewal will rest on stability to keep taxes, inflation and interest rates as low as possible. Economic reform to unlock the contribution of businesses and working people, and investment in every part of Britain. Each day, I see a country primed for economic success. A skilled and committed workforce, world-class universities and innovative businesses. But the Conservatives and Reform, they want you to believe that our economy is broken, that our best days lie behind us, that decline is inevitable. I fundamentally reject that. It's not the country I see around me, not the future that I believe in. I know that things are still difficult. Bills are too high. Getting ahead can feel tough. And there are still too many obstacles in the way for businesses. And so our central economic objective is to change that. Growth to improve living standards is the challenge, and investment is the solution. By overhauling our planning system, reforming our pension system, launching Britain's very first national wealth fund and a modern industrial strategy, and signing new trade deals to back our manufacturers and our exporters, with India, with the United States, and with our closest neighbours and allies in Europe. Just this month, thanks to Keir's hard work, we secured £150 billion of overseas investment just from the United States. I have never believed the Tory mantra that the best thing that a government can do is to get out of the way. A strategic state must use its power to support jobs and growth, and that includes through public investment. Under the Tories, capital spending was always the first victim when the public finances came under strain. So in last autumn's budget, I changed those fiscal rules to support and to protect investment. And alongside that, because I know that too often our regions outside London and the South East have not had their fair share of spending decisions, We changed, I rewrote those rules to support investment in every part of Britain. In place of decline, we have chosen investment. Investment in defence and the good jobs that come with that. In Plymouth and in Barrow, in Aldermaston and Lincoln, on the Clyde and in Rosyth. Investment in energy, in nuclear power, yes, and in carbon capture and storage too. On the Humber and on Teesside, in Aberdeenshire and right here on Merseyside. Investment in transport, including the biggest ever investment in our city regions. We're investing here in Merseyside, with new links in St Helens and major investment in Merseyrail, including a new station at Liverpool Baltic. We're investing in Greater Manchester, with new tram stops in Bury, North Manchester, Oldham and Stockport. And we're investing in West Yorkshire to power ahead with a mass transit system, linking Bradford and Leeds, the largest city in Western Europe without a light rail or metro system, but not for much longer. We're investing in South Yorkshire and backing Doncaster Sheffield Airport. We're investing in the North East to extend the Tyne and Wear Metro, linking Washington with Newcastle and Sunderland. We're investing in the East Midlands to link up the Trent Arc. We're investing in the West Midlands, extending the Birmingham Metro and backing the Midlands Rail Hub to link Birmingham, Worcestershire and Herefordshire with Wales. And we're investing in Welsh railways, with new stations and new infrastructure, the benefits of two Labour governments working together. And we're investing in East-West Rail to join up the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor and Conference, as well as the Transpennine route upgrade to link Manchester, Leeds and York and the towns in between them. This Labour government will push ahead with our plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail. Plans never delivered by the Conservatives, plans opposed by Reform, but backed by this Labour government, a vote of confidence in the north of England, to get people to work, to connect families, to create jobs, and to build prosperity in towns and cities scarred by underinvestment for far too long. That is what we are achieving together, a Labour government working with our Labour leaders around the country, delivering for working people. And Conference, we're not just investing in defence and energy and transport. The housing crisis is one of the greatest challenges that we face. Every family deserves the security, safety and the joy of a good home. That is why we are powering ahead with our commitment to build 1.5 million homes in this Parliament. And any plan to match the scale of that housing crisis must involve a major role for social housing, which is why I allocated £40 billion in the spending review just a few months ago. The biggest cash investment into council, social and affordable housing in a generation. So, Conference, don't ever let anyone tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. But Conference, let us be clear. All that we are doing is only possible because we, all of us, put in the hard work to show the British people that we could be trusted to manage our economy. Because we were unequivocal in our commitment to economic responsibility. And I will never, ever squander that hard-earned trust. We were able to increase investment only because we remained steadfast in that commitment to economic responsibility. That is not a trade-off with our Labour values. It is essential to our Labour values. Because our ambition for Britain, our dedication to social justice, is not measured in the size of the deficit you are willing to run, but in the choices we make to defend and advance the interests of working people. And responsible management of our public finances is an integral part to that most basic mission. It is because of the stability that we have created that we have seen 5 cuts to interest rates since the general election. Mortgage costs coming down and hundreds of pounds back in the pockets of working people. Conference, every advance we make in getting the cost of living down is a Labour achievement, and we should take pride in that. When I said that we must not and would not take risks with Britain's economic stability, that argument was not just for an election. Even now, with the global uncertainty that we have seen ripple through financial markets, there are still critics out there who would too readily forget the consequences of reckless economic choices. Never forget that in 2 hours, one Friday, almost exactly 3 years ago, the Conservatives under Liz Truss sent mortgage costs spiralling, put pensions in peril, and consigned their party not just to defeat, but to utter irrelevance. That was a warning. And the British people will not forgive any party that forgets it. Conference, let us reaffirm our commitment that we will never, ever do what the Conservatives did to ordinary working people in this country. But I do know that there are still people who peddle the idea that we could just abandon economic responsibility, cast off any constraints on spending. They are wrong, dangerously so. And we need to be honest about what that choice would mean. Because when spending gets out of control, when market confidence is lost, that doesn't just show up in some OBR report and some difficult headlines a few months later. It is felt immediately in the growing cost of essentials and rising interest rates. And let me tell you, there is nothing progressive, nothing Labour, about government using 1 in every £10 of public money it spends on financing debt to interest. Billions of pounds every single year going towards repaying debt racked up by the Tories, paid to overseas hedge funds and investors. That's not how I want to spend public money. In the months ahead, we will face further tests, with the choices to come made all the harder by harsh global headwinds and the long-term damage done to our country, which is becoming ever clearer. Our first year in power was about fixing the foundations. Our second must be about building a renewed economy for a renewed Britain. A renewed economy that works for working people and rewards their contribution. A renewed economy where we reject austerity and support our public services. A renewed economy that supports investment, that gets inflation and borrowing down, and where we build growth in every part of Britain. I will make my choices at that budget. They will be choices to take our country forward. And whatever tests come our way, whatever tests come my way, I make this commitment to you. I will take no risks with the trust placed in us by the British people. Remember everything that is at stake here. The single greatest threat to our way of life and to the living standards of working people is the agenda of Nigel Farage and the Reform Party. Whatever falsehoods they push, whatever easy answers they peddle, however willing they are to tear communities and families apart, they are not on the side of working people. Conference, here are the questions that we must never tire of repeating between now and the next election. Who is standing up for Britain's working people? A Labour government introducing the biggest upgrade of workers' rights in decades? Or a Reform Party which has opposed those rights every single step of the way? Who is standing up for Britain's interests? A Labour government that stands with our allies? Or a Reform Party in bed with Vladimir Putin? Who is standing up for Britain's economic stability? A Labour government resolute in getting prices and interest rates down? Or a Reform Party that cheered on the mini-budget of Liz Truss? Who is standing up for Britain's businesses? A Labour government that is forging closer relationships with our nearest trading partners? Or a Reform Party who wants to talk Britain down and longs to cut us off from the rest of the world? And who is standing up for Britain's National Health Service? A Labour government investing record amounts in our NHS? Or a Reform Party opposed to the very principle of a publicly funded healthcare system free at the point of use? Every time, on every issue, it is Labour that is standing up for working people and standing up for our national interest. Friends, this is a fight that we must win, and it is a fight that we will win. So when you leave this hall, when you return to your communities and your workplaces, let the message ring out that there is only one party that was founded by working people and only one party that is committed absolutely to defending their interests on jobs and on pay, on rights at work, on health and in our schools, on the safety of our streets and the strength of our communities, on energy security and on national security. The clue is in the name, conference. That party, the party of working people, is the Labour Party. I'll tell you about my patriotism. It's about the strength of our military and the security of our borders, absolutely. But it goes well beyond that. It's about building a country where we recognise that talent is found in every classroom, not just among those at the top. That working people of every background, wherever they grow up, have more in common with each other than those who wish to divide us. That every town and city, every region and nation in this United Kingdom has a part to play in our shared success. A country where we look out for each other, in good times and in bad, where we back British businesses to succeed in the world, and where we back working people too. So that honest work pays a wage that you can afford to live on. Where we recognise that we are strongest when we work together towards that better Britain. A patriotism not measured in how quick you are to exclude, how loudly you shout, how willing you are to exploit every division and distort every challenge that we face. But a patriotism measured in our obstinate determination, our impatience, our commitment to building a better, fairer, more prosperous Britain. That is our patriotic mission. Those are our Labour values. Those are our British values, and we will fight for them. Conference, never forget who we do this for. Before the summer, I was at a breakfast club in the north of England. It was 8:30 in the morning, and there was a little boy sitting on the floor playing with his Lego. He showed me what he was building. He was really proud of his project and he wanted to tell me all about it. I enjoyed sitting with him and listening to him talk. Afterwards, one of the teachers said something that stayed with me. She said, "You know that boy, when he started coming to breakfast here, he didn't speak at all. He was completely silent." I was shocked, but maybe I shouldn't have been. Because stories like that are too common in Britain. And I thought about the money that we're putting into breakfast clubs. What does that pay for? Some toast and cereal, maybe some juice, an extra hour of a teacher's time to keep an eye on the kids. But what does it actually buy? For that little boy sitting on the floor absorbed in his Lego, it bought him more than food. It bought him an opportunity. The opportunity of time spent at school in a more intimate environment, where he could play and feel at ease. The opportunity to start the school day ready to learn. The opportunity of a better start in life, and with it perhaps the opportunity of a better future. Conference, that's what we all fight for. That's who I fight for. That's who this party is for. Kids like him, families like his. I know that there is much more to do, and I promise you we will do it. But we should take pride in the lives already being changed by the choices that we have made. And let me tell you, there is no greater champion for working class kids than my friend and my colleague, our Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson. Believe me, she will not rest, and I will not rest until those barriers to opportunity are torn down. That is what we are in this for, friends. But those barriers don't just vanish the day a young person leaves school. The last Labour government supported hundreds of thousands of young people into work with its New Deal. But once again, under the Conservatives, too many young people found themselves trapped, frozen out of employment, education or training. There's no defending that. It's bad for business, bad for taxpayers, bad for our economy. And it scars people's prospects throughout the rest of their lives. At the spending review, I pledged record investment in skills to support our young people. And today I can announce that with that investment, we will fund a new youth guarantee. Every young person will be guaranteed either a place in college for those who want to continue their studies, or an apprenticeship to help them learn a trade vital to our plans to rebuild our country, or some one-to-one support to help them find a job. But more than that, our guarantee means that any young person out of work, education or training for more than 18 months will be given a paid work placement. Real work, practical experience, new skills. Conference, we won't leave a generation of young people to languish without prospects, denied the dignity, denied the security and the ladders of opportunity that good work provides. Just as the last Labour government achieved that with the New Deal, I commit this Labour government to nothing less than the abolition of long-term youth unemployment. We've done it before, Conference, and we will do it again, and that is the difference that this Labour government is making. And that's not all. We should not cut young people off from opportunities that my generation took for granted. And that means rejecting the politics of isolation and division, for which our young people pay the gravest price. It means defying those voices which claim to speak in the national interest, but which demand that our people, our communities, and our businesses suffer the consequences for a Britain cut off from the rest of Europe. I don't want young people to miss out on the chance to enrich their lives through travel, experiencing other cultures, working and studying abroad. those opportunities cannot and must not be the sole preserve of the wealthy and the fortunate. So, as well as making it easier to trade with Europe, as well as making it easier to travel in Europe, I can tell you today that we are working with the European Union to secure for young people in Britain the maximum economic and cultural opportunities available through an ambitious agreement on youth mobility. So, Conference, don't ever let anyone tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. This year has brought its fair share of challenges for our party and our country. They won't be the last. We've turned our backs on the path of decline, and we've chosen investment. But there is further to go. So yes, I'm proud that under our watch, Britain has been the fastest growing economy in the G7. But is there more to do? If we want prosperity in every part of Britain? Absolutely. I'm proud to have overseen wages rising by more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than in the first 10 years of the previous Conservative government. But is there more to do? If we want to make working people better off? Absolutely. And I'm proud that we've recruited 2,000 new GPs, delivered 5,000 extra appointments and cut NHS waiting lists by more than 200,000. But is there more to do if we want an NHS truly fit for the future? Absolutely. And Conference, we are just getting started. So whatever challenges come our way, don't be deterred, because I can see the destination if we stay true to our course. A Britain where every child can flourish, no matter their background or their parents' jobs or where they grow up. And never let anyone tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. When people ask you, who is this government for? When they ask you, whose side are you on? Then you can tell them. Go and ask the steel worker in Scunthorpe, the engineer in Barrow, the shipbuilder on the Clyde. Ask the mum on the living wage, going to work secure in their knowledge that her children will get a good start to the day. Ask the nurse who has had back-to-back pay rises due to this Labour government. Ask the business facing lower barriers to trade. And ask the patient finally off a waiting list because of this Labour government. There is further to go. But whatever tests confront us, have faith. Because our party and our country have overcome greater challenges than these. Have faith. Because the opportunity to serve is what we came into this for. Have faith, knowing that this Labour government will not rest. I will not rest until our patriotic cause is realised. In a Britain that prizes contribution, that unlocks opportunity, that silences the nagging voices of decline. And never let anyone tell you that there's no difference between a Labour government and a Conservative government. The world may throw challenges our way, but a better Britain is within reach. A Britain where the barriers to opportunity are torn asunder. A Britain able to look outwards with confidence, defiant in an uncertain world, powered by the contribution of its people, hopeful for our shared future. a proud Britain, a prosperous Britain, a Labour Britain. Thank you. Thank you, conference.
Labour's the party of work, we're the party of opportunity, and most of all, we believe in Britain's young people. I don't want to see any young person sitting at home who could benefit from education, employment or training. And because we are the party of Labour and the party of work, that's going to be our top priority in the year ahead. I'm looking forward to rolling out the Youth Guarantee, the Opportunity Guarantee for Britain's young people. Too many young people at the moment don't have a job, they don't have good training. We want to change that because we're a Labour government. When the Labour Party was founded, it was to give workers a voice in Parliament, and work and the value of work has always been at the heart of what we stand for. That's as true today as it was when we were founded. And that principle is what we want to carry forward during the life of this Labour government.
Royal Artillery. So I was 19 Regiment, the Scottish Gunners.
Tell us, if you would, a little bit about your experience of that transition from forces life.
Very different to the officer class. My education was the military. It's having that so it's transferable to civilian work. I mean, really transferable, not just this is what I've done, but it would also give a veteran that self-worth. I've lost heart so many times when my PTSD was at its worst. I'm very fortunate I've got a very loving family around me. I think it's just recognising that we are still useful.
One of the biggest things I think we can do as a government is help with that year-long transition period. I think that would be a phenomenal step forward.
That's super important because the thing that goes, and you touched on it there, is the community.
It's one of the reasons, isn't it, that the often the best of the veteran support services are run by veterans.
Yes. Yeah.
We've got a brains trust going on here in Swindon. That's really what we're trying to do. This should be the standard that veterans should expect. That's what we really feel that we've got to develop. We owe those who put on the uniform to protect us all, we owe them a debt of duty. We owe them an obligation, and it's right that government steps up to make sure that when they leave, the support when they need it isn't a postcode patchwork. That's why we're putting in place a new UK support service for veterans, backed by one of the biggest programmes of funding that veterans have seen. Coordinate what's there already, but make sure we can fill the gaps for the future.
The investment in the accommodation, of having good quality accommodation where you don't have to worry about the shower and stuff like that, that's going to make a massive difference for people in there, and that probably will increase retention.
We've had a long run recruitment and retention crisis in the forces. More people leaving than joining. People leaving when they're trained, capable, but just pissed off. So it's one of the reasons why in this last year when we came into government, we've given the biggest pay rise for maybe over 20 years. This is part of a Labour government renewing the nation's contract with those who serve and those who have served.
Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Platform Party.
Good afternoon, Conference, and welcome to the Breakdown Barriers to Opportunity debate. First, we're going to go straight to our first speaker of this session. Please welcome the Secretary of State for Education, Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Conference. Sometimes people tell me, as I'm sure they tell you, that there's not enough hope in our story. Not enough ambition, not enough vision. So let me start with a story about Alan, an FE teacher I met back at home in Sunderland. Alan had taught for over 30 years. The lads that came through his classes hadn't come from much. For many, Alan was the first father figure they had ever known. For many, their background dictated their destiny. No one had given those lads a chance. Now, so many of you know that story. For so many of us, that is our story. But Alan was different. Alan gave them a chance. He didn't just teach them a trade. He taught them to believe in themselves when they had given up. He taught them the power of opportunity, of education, to give them the freedom to choose their own path in life. And one day in the supermarket, Alan told me he got a tap on the shoulder. It was one of those students, one of those lost boys that Alan had nurtured, one of the many he had given the chance to train on a building project started by the last Labour government. The years had passed by, but the path Alan set him on had brought him success. He'd worked his way up through a local firm, and Alan's guiding hand meant he could start his own business, take on jobs not just in the northeast, but further afield. It meant that he could buy his first house for him and for his wife. Without Alan, he said, he just wouldn't have made it. He would have ended up, like too many young people in our country, denied the freedom to choose their own path. And that story is the story of education, of opportunity, of the change Labour brings, of government not as something to be feared, but to be welcomed, not something to be cleared out of our lives, but as a force for good for each of us and for all of us. And our Labour government is our chance to show that our country, with its proud history, has a bright future too. A chance at last to turn our values, equality, fairness, social justice, into action. A chance to show that education means opportunity for each of us and for all of us. Because extending opportunity, above all, means spreading the freedoms that for too long were the privilege of the lucky few. That is my mission. It is our shared mission. The freedom to choose your own path in life. The freedom to succeed, whatever your background, whoever your parents, and wherever you are from. The freedom to do the work that you love. Freedom from ignorance. Freedom from poverty. Freedom from fear. The freedom to understand our culture and others. The freedom to spend time with your family and with your children. Because it is Labour, only Labour, that sees the role of government as empowering, as liberating. Those are our values, that is our socialism, and that is our dream. And conference, something else. It is only Labour that sees education, sees those opportunities as about the people of tomorrow, not just the workers of tomorrow. The artists and the scientists, the teachers and campaigners, the match goers and the museum goers, carers and parents, the activists, the volunteers, the voters. The Britain that we are building is a Britain rich for them, rich in every way and rich for their families. That is our vision and that is our dream. And conference, in a darkening world, I am proud that our Labour Party, the greatest vehicle for social justice this country has ever known, is in government and is delivering so much of that dream. And just look at what we have already achieved together. Free breakfast clubs rolling out across the country, hundreds of new school-based nurseries opening from this autumn, Best Start family hubs, reviving Sure Start for a new generation, and ended the tax breaks which private schools enjoyed. New technical excellence colleges open for learning, 30 hours free childcare for working parents, tackling top-up fees in our nurseries, thousands of new teachers recruited, the largest ever uplift in the early years pupil premium, turning the tide on school absence with 5 million more days at school last year, opening up access to tens of thousands more apprenticeships. Proper pay rises for our teachers, 2 years running. Promises made, promises kept, our values in action. And so much more for us to look forward to. Gender pay gap action plans coming soon. New rules to control the cost of school uniform so they make children smart, not poor. New controls on profiteering in children's social care where the market fails. And a new voice for school support staff through our path-breaking employment rights bill. And free school meals for another 500,000 children. The change that we are bringing so our children have a brighter future. Conference, this is what we have already done together, fixing the foundations, clearing up the mess that the Tories left behind. And we are moving to tackle the generational challenges in our system, supporting children with SEND to succeed, with fresh investment and new facilities, supporting their parents, their families, doing all that they can to get their best for their children with additional needs, while Reform tell them that their children are just badly behaved, that their parenting is poor. Turning the tide on how working class children do at school, because no one should be left behind because of their background. And when people tell me, as I'm sure they tell you, that there's not enough hope, not enough ambition, not enough vision, I say, come with me to a primary school. Come with me to a new breakfast club. Come with me to a nursery. See the light in children's eyes as Labour's choices light their world. See the relief in their parents' faces that they have at last a government driving down costs and on their side. See the way staff talk about having, after 14 long years, a government that backs them and trusts them. And last week, I was in Kettering, one of the seats that we won last year, visiting over 100 children at their free breakfast club. I saw the difference that we are making. Calmer classrooms, happier children, higher standards. Staff who see the change, parents who feel it, and children's life chances transformed. Conference, those little smiles don't just melt our hearts, they light the way. They remind us that in this country, the progress we are making, the change that we are bringing, that the hope and optimism that took each and every one of us into politics are a beacon through dark times, a light on the hill for the values that sustain us all. But Conference, for that hope to be sustained, change must come and people must feel it. 3 years ago, stood on this stage, I promised you that we would deliver free breakfast clubs in every primary school. Last year, I told you the first wave would begin this year. Conference, we have now served 2.5 million free breakfasts to England's children, setting them up to succeed. Giving their parents work choices and our children life chances. And this year, I am proud to tell you the full national rollout of our free breakfast clubs will begin from April, with more schools joining then and even more from September. Our values in action, the heart and soul of Labour in government. And that is why I'm proud to tell you today that we are going further to spread opportunity. Conference, the Tories treated our amazing universities as a political battleground, not a public good. Labour is putting them back in the service of working-class young people. Last year, I took the decisive steps we needed on university finances. So opportunity is there tomorrow for all who want it. But I know, you know, that we must do more. So that is why today I'm announcing that this Labour government will introduce new targeted maintenance grants for students who need them most. Conference, their time at college or university should be spent learning or training, not working every hour God sends. That is the difference that this Labour government makes. Conference, all of these changes, all this delivery, we do these things not simply to win elections. We do them because they are right, because we believe in them, because time and again we turn our values into action, in education, across government, in our mayoralties and our councils. And nowhere is that more important than bringing down child poverty, the moral mission of our time. For too long, poverty has cascaded down the generations, a stain that scars and shames our brilliant country. It is not inevitable, and tackling it is a choice. Labour chooses to drive it down to end it. I choose to drive it down to end it. It is a scourge I grew up with. It is a scourge I want to end. And that is why we launched the Child Poverty Task Force, which I am proud to chair. Conference, I am determined that child poverty will be lower at the end of this Parliament than at the start. And more than that, Conference, I guarantee it. By giving every child the best start in life, my focus in government, my lodestar, and the driving moral purpose of our party. Conference, their dream, their better tomorrow. That is Labour's dream and their future, ours to win. Thank you, Conference.
Bridget, thank you for that introduction to this debate. We now move to composite motion 7 on skills. That will be moved by Gedling CLP and seconded by West Bromwich CLP. So if delegates from those CLPs could please come forward and register at the desk to begin the debate. And once that's happened, we're going to move to speeches from the floor. So hopefully we have a delegate from Gedling. Just as a reminder, Conference, if you are called to speak, please do go to the desk to register. Delegate, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, my name is Richard Fletcher. I'm a second-time delegate and first-time speaker. I'm moving this motion on behalf of Gedling CLP because skills are about social justice. For too long, working-class young people have been denied opportunities that should be theirs by birthright. 14 years of Tory austerity didn't just fail our economy, it's failed a generation. The Conservatives turned apprenticeships into a postcode lottery where your chances depended where you were born, not on your potential. Meanwhile, Reform UK, peddling division while offering nothing but economic chaos, hitting working families the hardest. Conference, we're already showing that Labour governments are delivering for working people. We've got rising apprenticeship numbers, prove that when we invest in working people, they flourish. Establishing Skills England will represent not just our commitment to democratic economic planning, but the Growth and Skills Levy will ensure apprenticeship providers focus their time on actually training people and not just pointless admin. But Conference, we must be bold. This motion demands transformational change. Foundation apprenticeships that break down barriers give young person, regardless of background, that crucial first opportunity. A youth guarantee, because in a civilised society, no young person should face unemployment or exploitation. We need shorter, flexible apprenticeships that put workers' needs first, but don't stop businesses from actually creating them. And we must slash the bureaucratic red tape that strangles innovation and strengthen worker protections. We need an apprenticeship app that will democratise access to opportunity, and a green apprenticeship programme will ensure working people lead the transition to a sustainable economy and not get left behind by it. Conference, this isn't just about filling this, this isn't just about filling the skills gaps. This is about an industrial strategy with a social purpose. It's about ensuring that when we rebuild Britain's economy, we do it for all of us and not just a privileged few. We have a choice. It's either between managed decline or managed transformation. Let's choose hope over fear. Let's choose investment over austerity and opportunity over inequality. Conference, I move this motion because skills are power, and power belongs in working people. Thank you.
And to second the motion, West Bromwich.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, comrades. Good afternoon, conference. I'm Chipiro Kalebe Nyamongo, and I'm proud to serve the people of Odwoli in Sandwell, West Midlands. I'm here as a delegate for West Bromwich CLP, and it is true. This is my first time up here, so I'm a bit nervous. And my first time speaking. It is truly an honor to address you today. I'm delighted to second the motion on skills, which is strongly backed by my CLP West Bromwich. As a mom of 3 boys, 2 grown up there in university and 1 that's about to start secondary school, I see firsthand how hard it is for young people to get on, whether it's securing a good education, gaining that crucial first work experience, building a career, or even having the chance to own a home. Our young people have been let down again and again by years of Conservative government. And the idea of a reform government doing even more damage is frightening. But conference, Labour is delivering. Labour is already showing there is a better way. In Sandwell alone, Labour has invested $9.3 million in a brand new skills centre. This centre will provide essential maths, English, digital skills, technical training, and clear pathways for people to retrain, to reskill, or start fresh in a new career. It will give hundreds of people, especially young people, the opportunities they need, apprenticeship, traineeships, and second chances for those currently out of work. That is the difference that a Labour government makes across the United Kingdom. Conference, I'm proud to second this motion, and I ask you to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now move to speeches from the floor. I'll ask delegates to indicate, and we'll take them in rounds of 3. I see, let's go for a delegate. I should see a delegate there. Delegate blonde hair?
He had his hand up.
No? Okay. Okay, so let's take a delegate over there in the blue shirt. I see a delegate in the pink jacket. And a delegate there in the white jacket behind you. We'll take those 3, please. And then we'll go for another round after that. Go ahead, Delegate.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is James Diamond. This is my first time at conference and definitely my first time speaking. The education system, as I have experienced it, has offered 2 outcomes, those of immediate employment and those of university. But apprenticeship offers a 3rd outcome, one which combines the quality of a university education with the immediate income of employment. I myself, in applying to university, I have had to deal with the immense costs of living in application, having to deal with accommodation, having to deal with tuition fees. Apprenticeships can circumvent these costs completely, and an expanded system of apprenticeships can give people like me, who had dismissed the opportunity almost completely, an opportunity to find an apprenticeship they are interested in an area they want to work in. The Labour Party is the party of inclusivity, and that especially means economic inclusivity. And that is what apprenticeships represent. They are a strong break from the traditional dichotomy of work or education. They offer a stable path to high-quality work for many of the most disadvantaged people in our population. I have seen many people in my age who would much rather be working with their hands than learning about the Battle of Hastings. Apprenticeships give people who are disinterested in a traditional education a chance to do an education which is useful and interesting to them. Fundamentally, these boost productivity as they give gainful employment. However, they are currently highly competitive and sought after, especially for young people barely out of school. It is an underexplored opportunity, and that is why it is the responsibility of this Labour government to ease the path to apprenticeship. We must rebuild the social ladder, which has been kicked out from under the feet of working people by the Conservative Party, who wish for the only path to success to be through a university education. As for Farage, he did immediately go into work, and that was work in commodities trading in the City of London. That is not a man who has the educational interests of working class people at the core of his message. However, this Labour Party does have those interests at the core of its message, and this is what a motion which supports apprenticeships does. So I call upon you, Conference, to rebuild the bottom rungs of that ladder so that people today can have the hope of a better future and a better life than their parents who came before them. Thank you.
I allowed some leeway there, Delegate, because you were getting a good round of applause, but let's try and keep to 2 minutes. The next delegate, please.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Philippa Roll from North West Hampshire CLP. I'm second-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. I'm a director of an IT change and digital training company. Apprenticeships are an important and growing part of our service portfolio, and I'm so excited to see that they are at the heart of this Labour government's Break Down Barriers to Opportunity initiative. As a mentor of business analyst apprentices, I've seen firsthand how well-designed, practical, work-based learning programs, which are supported by employers, can unlock young people's potential. They grow not only in knowledge and skills, but in confidence and self-belief. And from my experience, they blossom. But apprenticeships must not be seen as a quick fix to a short-term skills shortage. They mustn't be seen as a source of cheap labour, as they were under the Tories, particularly for unscrupulous employers. They must be a catalyst for a talent pipeline, which will help our country's industries meet their current and future skills needs. As importantly, they must offer our young people from working class backgrounds truly life-changing opportunities. We need to seize this opportunity to move further and faster, to increase flexibility, reduce the barriers to entry, and slash that red tape, which does create an unnecessary admin overhead for training providers and apprentice employers. We also desperately need to modernise the platforms which support our apprentices' learning journeys. Apprentices are our leaders of tomorrow, and Conference, I recommend you support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Anna Smith. I'm a Cambridge CLP delegate, a Labour and Cooperative Councillor in Cambridge, and a member of Unison and GMB. And I'm speaking in favour today of the skills motion. I've been a teacher, a school leader, a leader of Cambridge City Council, and Deputy Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. So I know just how important it is to get skills right. And I know the difference that Labour in power makes. In Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, under a Labour mayor, we worked in partnership to open a brand new university. We supported a new centre for green technology, training our next generation of green skills workers. We introduced a paid internship programme, and £1 bus fares for all young people under 25. And we took back public control of our buses so that we could plan a network that gets people to jobs and to training. And working with our Labour MPs, we were delighted to be named a trailblazer for the Youth Guarantee. £5 million in the first year alone to make sure that every young person, whatever their background, can get high-quality training and good quality jobs, unlocking their potential and transforming their lives. That's the difference a Labour mayor makes. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And that's the reason I'm supporting today's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Let's see some hands for another round. The confusion, I think, is clarified. I do see the delegate in the yellow hair over there. I think I see, and I'll do this as chair's privilege, I see a delegate from my own CLP in the London section to my left, the young gentleman. And then let's have a look. I'll stay in that section. Let's think. Do I see a lady in a yellow headband towards the back there, ahead of the rake seating? Yes, there you go. Wonderful. Again, come forward. Do register at the desk, and then we'll get you up onto stage. Thank you, Delegate. You've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, conference. Lady with the yellow hair. Donna Spicer, G&B member, speaking in support of this debate on breaking down barriers to opportunity. Because as a member of support staff in a school, I know what helping to give children the best start in life looks like. Every day, we are tasked with looking after the most vulnerable, troubled and disadvantaged children and young people. We believe in doing it because we care, but we do it without any formal training. And we do it without standards of pay that reflect the duty of care that we must display. This has a detrimental effect on the mental health of many of our members. It has led to a recruitment and retention crisis of school staff across the UK. And our children then suffer. Those with special education needs do not get the inclusive and supportive education they are so rightly entitled to. We need Labour's reinstated school support staff negotiating body, the SSSMB, to set fully funded and nationally agreed fair rates of pay, conditions and training standards for all school staff. That's why we're pleased to see Labour's MPF report make it clear that by doing this with recognised support staff unions, we help schools give children the best possible start in life. Because when the government reforms special educational needs provisions in schools, they cannot do without school support staff. Congress, the SSSMB, cannot come soon enough. We must get on with it and we must get it right. Thank you, conference.
Okay, next delegate. Not from my CLP, I don't think, but it's very difficult to see from up here, conference. But you're very welcome. You've got 2 minutes, delegate.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Kyle Sewell and I am from Bromley and Biggin Hill CLP. I'm a second-time delegate, but a first-time speaker. I wish to speak in favour of this motion. I'm glad that conference recognises that education and skills are important topics to debate. Sadly, last year, education was sidelined, but this year I'm glad to see that that isn't the case. As a trainee teacher, I'm passionate about providing children with an education that prepares them for adulthood. Many teachers will say that the current national curriculum, published by the Tories in 2013, is not fit for purpose. There is too much of a focus on the academic side and memory rather than the skills side. I'm glad that Labour recognises this, and I welcome the curriculum and assessment review that the government is currently undertaking. We need to equip the future generation with the skills that are needed to make our great country even better. How are we supposed to build 1 million homes if we don't train up the builders? How can we encourage young people to become creative thinkers if we don't provide them with the opportunities to learn how to paint, to sculpt and to craft? I'm excited about the future of the education system. This motion and the actions of this government shows that I'm right. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. My name's Nina Sharma. I'm from Coventry CLP, Coventry East. Thank you very much. First time speaker, second time delegate. Right. So, I want to tell you a story about a young boy I knew. He came to Coventry from London. His family left London as they were worried for their son. He was involved in crime, carried a knife, sold drugs and stole credit cards. His mum and dad did not know what to do. He came to my school, a pupil referral unit. I got to know him and we talked about his life, the journey he was on and the trouble that lay ahead. He listened, but he did not hear. He was put on a tag to limit his movement, to stop him from going to London. He was arrested, rearrested, and rearrested again. He worked with youth justice, but things still did not change. 4 years later on, I am no longer teaching, but working for Children's Services. I'm sitting in the council building foyer. I look up and see this space smile at me. I smile back. He says, "Miss," I say his name, and we hug. I ask him why he was here. Now, this is why the story has meaning. My student is a man, a new journey he has started. He's on an apprenticeship, thank you to Labour. He's got an apprenticeship, the first one in the country. He's now working with Coventry Youth Justice. They saw his ability. They saw his ability, his skill and knowledge. They gave him a future, direction and a place to belong. This motion gives him hope. This motion gives hope to our youth. It gives them a future, a place to grow their skills. This motion is what makes us Labour, a party that believes, invests and delivers. Please pass this motion. And Bridget, come to Coventry and meet him.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Conference will take one more round in this debate. I see the young gentleman in the red tie just in front of me there. I see, oh yes, the white shirt in front of me. Yeah, there you go, fantastic. And let's look back across the room. Yes, I'll take you at the back there. Great. Okay, do come forward. And 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Delegate.
Thank you, Conference. Morgan Seaward, Lewis Shamis, CLP, second-time delegate, first-time speaker, and I'm going to do it my way this afternoon. Thank you. So, Conference, I want to talk about Composite Motion 7. As a young, good-looking guy with autism, I completely understand how it feels to have that lack of opportunity and where you can keep dreaming and dreaming of that long-hearted career that you want. I'm really glad that Labour in government, particularly as they're going to take this amazing community-wide approach that we all deserve, which will not only improve inclusivity and expertise in mainstream schools, but also ensuring that people like us could be able to have those brilliant dreams that become that reality. With Labour in charge, change for the said community is coming. With Labour in charge, Change for mental health services is coming, and yes, more importantly, with Labour in charge, change for all of us is coming. So conference, please support composite motion number 7, and together we can stand tall, we can face it all, and we can do it our way, Labour's way. Thank you. Good night.
Fantastic. Well done, Delegate. Fantastic. Right, let's have our next speaker.
Hello, Conference. My name is Esther Smith, Shrewsbury CLP. I'm a first-time speaker and first-time delegate. This is such an important motion. 14 years of neglect means that our young children and people have been left an economy that leaves people low-skilled and in low pay. This is worse for the deaf community. And Conference, I would like to use this opportunity to highlight the real barriers that deaf people are facing daily. Annual reports since 2011 have consistently shown that the attainment gap between deaf and hearing pupils is not narrowing. I express my gratitude to the very skilled BSL interpreters signing this conference. They are working hard. Thank you, Labour, for including the signing deaf community. You are making Britain fairer and more united. I ask Bridget and the Labour government to not forget our deaf children and young people. Let's use our position to put children with SEND at the heart of everything we do. So, Conference, please support the motion, but also call on the government to do more for our deaf children and young people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Councillor Damilola Ojiri from Northwest Leicestershire, currently the selected Mayor of Ashby de la Zouch 2025 and 26. Second-time delegate, second-time speaker. I'm speaking to support motion 7. We are entering an AI-driven economy where tools and platforms are changing as fast as ever. In this world, learning by doing is essential, and apprenticeship are the best way to keep skills relevant. Recently, I was at a fair in Northwest Leicestershire, and I noticed something worrying. While there were many opportunities on display, there was no mention about AI pathways. At a time where artificial intelligence is reshaping every industry, this gap is what we're not fully preparing for. We're not preparing our young people for the jobs in the future. If we do nothing, we risk 3 things. Our children will be left behind, businesses will turn abroad and bring in people for skill gaps, and there will be growing frustration among young people, and they will feel shut out of the economy and opportunities. However, the solution is clear. We create apprenticeship that train young people to work with artificial intelligence and not against artificial intelligence. We prioritize British students for roles in technology, healthcare, and finance, and we make apprenticeship accessible and visible so that every child sees that it's a first-choice route to success. This is not just about jobs. It's about fairness, stability, British competitiveness, and by investing now, we can give our children the skills and the confidence to thrive in an AI-powered future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates, and thank you particularly to first-time speakers in that debate. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Pat McFadden, to speak.
Thank you, Conference. And as you know, I've been around a time or two. And a long time ago, back at the start of the 1980s, yes, that far back, as a teenager, I went to the People's March for Jobs rally in Queen's Park in Glasgow, near where I grew up. It was a time of high unemployment, factories closing everywhere. Hope was in short supply. But in the midst of all of that, people organised themselves to march, to say that they wanted the pride and purpose that came with having a job. Now, that march and that aim were in line with Labour's history. It is a long time ago, but now, many years on, the task for me and for this Labour government is to once again put work at the heart of our mission for the country. Because Labour's mission has always been to match the good society with a strong economy, to give people a chance, not a grievance. And we who steward that mission today stand on the shoulders of those who made change before us. People who built the NHS, created the welfare state, lifted millions out of poverty. The twin goals of opportunity and security have run through every Labour government. 100 years ago, the very first Labour government, in office for only a matter of months, made the rules fairer for the unemployed. Attlee's government created not just the NHS, but the modern welfare state and national insurance, the principle that people pay in when they can and benefit when they need. Wilson's government, comprehensive education and expanded state pensions, a recognition that opportunity must start in the classroom and security must extend into old age. And in more recent times, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown reformed the welfare state, brought in tax credits, and created the New Deal to take people from welfare into work. And with the national minimum wage, they created the greatest anti-poverty measure in modern times, something we should always be proud of. This is our tradition, these are our values, and this is what we believe in. And none of these governments regarded the welfare state as a museum, to be preserved exactly as it was on the day that they took office. Each one of them changed it to meet the demands of the times, as we must too. And Labour, the party that more than any other built the welfare state, did it not to keep people down, but to be a platform upon which they could rise. We built the NHS not as a charity, but as a right. Auto-enrolment, because we wanted security in retirement for all workers. And now, in this Labour government, we will rebuild work as the foundation for dignity, independence and pride. Because let's face the truth, the Tories left us a welfare state that was broken, battered, shamed. They talked about welfare reform, but what did they actually do? They promised to make work pay and then trapped families in poverty. They spoke of compassion and sent children to school hungry. They talked about responsibility and left millions on benefits. That's not responsibility. It's not a hand up, and it's not a system that should just be left as it is. And as we saw last week, Reform's welfare policy fell apart before it had even been announced. Not so much a policy as a missile aimed at the Tories, but within it, a pledge to turn on people who have come here legally, worked here legally, and paid tax legally. Well, conference, let me tell you, breaking your promise to people who have contributed to this country, in some cases for decades, is not the British way. So the right can wage war on one another. Our job is different. Our job is to wage war on the hopelessness and the lack of belief that they left behind. Because we believe in a system which has work at its heart and support when times are tough. A Britain which gives security in retirement. The triple lock protected, worth up to £1,900 a year more by the end of this Parliament because of the actions of this Labour government. A Britain where no child should go without food, no disabled person should live without dignity, and no worker should labour without decency. And it's that which drives us to extend free school meals, to provide new pathways to work, and to guarantee a decent living wage. So here's our mission. We will turn this Department of Work and Pensions into something new. Not a system that counts the cost of failure, but one that invests in success and protects those who need it most. And we will give this mission a name. Not a dependency welfare state, but the opportunity welfare state. And opportunity starts with work. The jobs market is changing faster than at any time in living memory. Many of the jobs in it today didn't even exist 20 years ago, and that pace is only going to increase as AI both creates jobs and replaces old ones. And if we just stand back and let that unfold, we will be failing in our duty to give people hope in a changing world, because the task of leadership is to prepare for the world that's coming, not just the one that we have today. And that is why skills is at the heart of our economic plan. And that matters most to those without money or financial means, because this is about equality too. Conference, fighting for opportunity is an act of rebellion against people's fate being decided by their circumstances. And I know that some of you quite like a bit of rebellion. So we want apprenticeships that lead to real careers, training not just once but throughout life, taking the ambitions that we have as a country to build more homes, strengthen our defences, ensure clean energy and equip our people to do the jobs. That is how we will make work pay. That is how we will fire ambition and hope, not only a matter of rights, but of responsibilities and opportunities too. And no one needs this more than young people. Today, almost 1 million of them, not in education, employment or training. It's wrong in human terms, and it's costly for the nation too. And we will not stand by while a generation is consigned to benefits almost before their lives have begun. We will never accept that children should graduate from school onto a life on benefits. And we will not allow wasted talent to become Britain's story. So as the Chancellor spelled out this morning, Labour will make a new offer. If you're young, you will not be left to drift. You will have a pathway, an apprenticeship, a place in training or real work experience that leads to a job. A youth guarantee, meaning opportunity, is not just for the few, but for all. And we will bring the help to where young people are with a doubling of the number of youth hubs throughout the country over the next 3 years. And with that opportunity comes responsibility too, to take up the training, the apprenticeship or the work that is offered. And the Youth Guarantee is how we will offer every young person a chance to get up and get on. And of course, every person who's in work, who's no longer on benefits, not only has a better life for themselves, but it's better for the public purse too. Our pledge is to pay for better chances in life, rather than just paying people to survive. Because when young people succeed, Britain succeeds. When working people thrive, Britain thrives. And when work is fair, secure and properly rewarded, then Britain is stronger too. This is our tradition, and our task now is to recast it anew, because let me tell you, Conference, this battle between opportunity and grievance is with us. It is the fight of our times and the fight that we will wage in the coming years. So let us be ambitious. Let's offer hope to those who feel forgotten or who can't see a clear path to the future. Renew the bond between work and the welfare state. Make work the pathway to dignity, security and pride. And in doing that, Conference, together let us build that opportunity welfare state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, conference, and if we could give our platform a round of applause as they and now we begin the Safe Streets debate, and we're going to welcome immediately to the stage our Deputy Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Justice, David Lammy.
Well, conference, can I begin by thanking a rising star of the Labour movement, the former Justice Secretary, now Home Secretary, who did so much to lift our country out of the prisons emergency that we inherited, Shabana Mahmood. And also my wonderful ministerial team, Sarah Sackman, James Timpson, Alex Davies-Jones, Jake Richards and Alison Levitt. Thank you so much. Thank you. Conference friends, I was raised by a strong single mother who often struggled to put food on the table. But she fought hard to give her children the best start she could. So I know what a real working class hero looks like when I see one. And in recent years, I've had the honour of working alongside one of those heroes. Someone who got Britain building again, won new rights for working people, and is the beacon of working women across our nation. Conference, join me in thanking Angela Rayner for all she has done and all she will continue to do. And let us pay tribute to another working class hero, a titan of our party. He helped deliver the Kyoto Climate Change Agreement. He helped deliver devolution in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. He helped us win 3 general elections. We lost him last November, but he left an indelible mark on our movement and our country. Former Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott. And now I want to tell you a story about the difference that the Labour government makes. When I was back in opposition, I visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. It was a year before the horror of October the 7th, before Hamas terrorists killed and took so many Israeli hostages, before the devastating loss of Palestinian lives Israel has caused in Gaza. I met with the then Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority. He looked me in the eye and he asked me one question. If Labour win, will you stick to your party's commitment to recognise a state of Palestine? I said we would. The Tories opposed it, Reform opposed it, but last week we honoured our commitment. Britain now recognises the state of Palestine. This is the difference. A Labour government wakes. This horrific war must end. The hostages must be released. We need a two-state solution because the Palestinian cause is a just cause. Israelis and Palestinians must be able to live side by side in peace with equal rights, equal dignity, equal freedom. Conference, governing in hard times is not new to our party and to our movement. In 1947, as Attlee's Labour governed out of the ashes of the Second World War, rationing continued to bite and the public was growing weary. But did Attlee, Bevin, Morrison wring their hands? No, they built the National Health Service, new towns and the welfare state. In 1967, Harold Wilson's Labour faced devaluation, and the very next year, the ugly rise of Enoch Powell. Did Wilson retreat? No. He championed the white heat of technology, the open university, the Equal Pay Act. And back in 2000, when I entered Parliament, Tony Blair's Labour at that point was facing fuel protests. And you might remember the Women's Institute booed Tony at a conference speech. Did we give up? No. We held our nerve, we kept Britain moving, record investments in schools, in hospitals, the minimum wage, Sure Start for every single child. This is Labour's story. Not ducking hard choices, but facing them down. And today we are showing that leadership again. Don't let our opponents tell you the Labour government has not made a difference. Don't let them tell you there's no difference between us and the other side. Don't let them pretend all politicians are the same. We aren't. Remind them of everything we've done already in the first year. 5 interest rate cuts. The fastest growth in the G7. Wages rising more than 10 times over this last 10 months than the Tories in the last 10 years. We're cutting NHS waiting lists. We said 2 million extra appointments. We delivered 5 million. We gave parents 30 hours extra of free childcare, saving them up to £7.5 grand a year. We signed trade deals with the EU, with the US, with India. We reformed planning, unlocking billions, delivering the highest house building in decades. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And conference, I know that you know, after my friend Khadija Say died on the 9th floor of Grenfell Tower along with 71 others, I was the first to call for an inquiry. You also know that after my parents' generation, the Windrush generation, who gave so much but took so little, were stripped of their rights, deported, detained, denied housing, healthcare, and work, I led the campaign for justice. So it was the honour of my life in my first weeks as Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary to meet with the Hillsborough families and bring the Hillsborough law to Parliament. So here in Liverpool, I say working people seeking justice will never walk alone again. That is the difference a Labour government makes. That is the difference a Labour government makes. That is the difference a Labour government makes. And friends, when you see Nigel Farage measuring the curtains of Downing Street, look around the world. In Australia, Labour trailed by 10 points until they won. In Canada, the Liberals 20 points behind until they won. In Norway, just a few weeks ago, Labour 16 points behind until they won. The lesson is clear. Progressives win when they follow the North Star of our values and the guardrails of our realism. Not through scapegoats, not through stunts, but through hope, purpose and progress. My first task as your Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary is to bring these values to our justice system. Justice has been the constant thread throughout my life. Growing up in the shadow of Tottenham's Broadwater Farm estate in Thatcher's Britain, it wasn't easy. I was stopped and searched by the police. I saw too many people who looked like me who ended up on the wrong side of the law. But education gave me a different path. I studied law, I practiced as a young lawyer, I served as a minister, I led the review into racial disparities in the justice system. I shadowed the Justice Secretary in opposition. This is not just another brief for me, it feels like coming home. Conference, in taking the role of Lord Chancellor, my starting point is Magna Carta. No one is above the law. No one should have justice delayed. No one should have justice denied. And yet under the Conservatives, prisons were bursting at 99% capacity. Courts had record backlogs, rape victims waiting for years before their case came to trial. Legal aid deserts right across the country, probation officers at breaking point. Justice delayed and justice denied. That is the Tory legacy we have been left to fix. So, Conference, this is how we're going about putting it right. First, we've got to rebuild trust, because justice is not a slogan. It means the victim heard, not silenced. The woman fleeing violence safe, not turned away. The community protected, not paying $18 billion a year for reoffending. We will strengthen victims' rights. We will open up the courts to people so they serve them. We will crack down on illicit finance. And second, we will modernize justice. Probation officers have told me, help us spend less time on form filling and more time on changing people's lives. So we will use technology for people, not against them. AI to cut paperwork, electronic tags to keep communities safe, digitalized courts that deliver justice without delay. And third, punishment that works. In 14 years, the Tories built just 500 extra prison places. In 14 months, we've delivered 2,500, and we're on track for 14,000 extra prison places by 2031. The fastest prison building programme since the Victoria age. We're recruiting thousands more probation officers. And let me just say, we in this room know that probation officers are the unsung heroes of our justice system. We're reforming sentencing, so justice is not just about locking people up, but turning lives around. If you go to prison addicted, we will help you clean up. If you go into prison without skills, we will help you train up. And if you go into prison without a chance, we will give you an opportunity. Our Labour Party will never give up on the power of redemption. Working hand in glove with the National Health Service, the DWP, with businesses and industry, with Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, because justice is not the work of one minister. It is the project of a nation united in its pursuit of fairness. While others divide, we will build coalitions that work. And today I can confirm an important innovation. That's the expansion of intensive supervision courts. For too long, our criminal justice system has been stuck in a cycle. Short sentences that change nothing. The same people reoffending again and again and again. Intensive supervision courts are about breaking that cycle. They bring the full force of the courts together with local services, and they keep reoffenders coming back to face the judiciary as they turn their lives around. It's tougher, it's more demanding, but it's punishment that works. And here in Liverpool, I'm proud to announce that we will establish a new women's site. This city, once again, leading the way. And let us end the lie about one of Attlee's greatest creation, legal aid. The myth of fat cat lawyers is destructive. Legal aid lawyers are not rich. Many are paid less than nurses, teachers, and the police who rely on them in court. They are the high street lawyers of Cornwall and Tottenham, Liverpool and Leeds, serving their communities for much less than they could earn elsewhere. I'm so proud that Hillsborough law means never again will grieving families be left without a lawyer when the state lines up against them. Conference, this marks the biggest expansion of legal aid in a generation, backed by the biggest investment in a decade. And we will champion our legal services across the world, worth £42 billion a year, employing 300,000 people, 2/3 of them outside of London, because we know when British law is strong, Britain is strong. And that's why I'm proud to announce that we are launching the new English law panel, uniting voices across the sector to promote English law worldwide as a gold standard that drives growth. Robert Jenrick, of course, doesn't get it. He sees himself next in line as Tory leader. He's so good at his job, he got Shabana a promotion. He attacks our judges and institutions. Frankly, much of what he said would make Winston Churchill shudder in his grave. Robert, patriotism isn't smearing our independent judiciary from a pub on X. It's standing up for the rule of law. Magna Carta, habeas corpus, the rule of law, they are Britain's gifts to the world. The other person who doesn't get it, of course, is Nigel Farage. He wraps himself in our flag, but his policies don't match British values. We must call his scheme to round up and deport our French, our Indian, our Caribbean neighbours who already have indefinite leave to remain what it is. It is racist. I say not in our country, not in our name, not in our time. That's the choice, Conference. Real patriotism that builds people up, or pound shop patriotism that drags Britain down. Reform choose grievance. The Tories choose anger. We choose progress. We choose hope. We choose justice, because fairness is Britain's highest value, because the rule of law is Britain's greatest gift to the world. Together we will deliver justice for all. When Keir Hardie campaigned for unemployment benefits and protections for minors, he wanted justice for all. When Harold Wilson delivered the Race Relations Act in the 1960s, he wanted justice for all. When the great Barbara Castle introduced the Equal Pay Act, she wanted justice for all. When Tony Blair created the Human Rights Act, what did he want? He wanted justice for all. When Gordon Brown created the minimum wage conference, what did he want? Justice for all. Angela Rayner brought the employment bill to Parliament this year. What did she want? Justice for all. And when Keir Starmer brought the Hillsborough Law to Parliament last week. What did he want? He wanted justice for all. Justice for all. That is what a Labour government will deliver the people of our country. Let's get to work. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. We now begin the contemporary motion debate. We're going to hear first from delegates from composite motion on violence against women and girls, misogyny and domestic abuse. That's going to be moved by Pontypridd and then seconded by Islington South and Finsbury. So if I could please have those delegates moving towards the front of the room to register with the desk. Can I also call on the delegates from Huntington and Preston who will be moving and seconding the composite motion 3 on high streets. If you could also please come to the front of the room, register with the desk, and then we can get the debate underway. As ever, the proposers of motions will have 3 minutes to speak, followed by the seconders who will have 2. We'll then move to speeches from the floor. Welcome, delegate. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Perfect. I'm shorter than I look, or perhaps not. Thank you, Conference. I'm proud to stand here representing Pontypridd CLP. Thank you. As a teacher of 39 years and a proud councillor, and I'm speaking to the composite motion on violence against women and girls, misogyny and domestic violence. May I also please recognise the many CLPs who contributed across the UK and the overwhelming conference ballot response. I think that reflects the strong feelings across our entire membership. Could I also take the opportunity to recognise my fantastic MP, Alec Davies-Jones, and her wonderful work on online abuse. Sorry, Alex, I couldn't be here or not. Ladies and gentlemen, data published by the ONS shows what we all know, that women are more likely to experience violent crime, but not exclusively. The scale is shocking. 1.1 million people experience sexual assault. 2.2 million people are victims of domestic violence. We all know this. We know of tragic cases in our own communities. More suspected suicides. And of course, damaged, very damaged children. The toxic online abuse is now the daily life experience of many of our girls in school. Young adolescents are receiving unimaginable comments in class from fellow pupils, resulting in huge levels of anxiety. This is where it begins, let's be of no doubt. And our heroic workers in public services, our doctors, our nurses, our teachers, our police, all subject to abuse, and politicians threatened. But where online abuse reaches the real world, pervasive misogyny is a cancer in our society. We must ensure, that public bodies act and take responsibility in protecting women and girls, that they act proactively in preventing any escalation, that they adopt good practice, and that they act to embed this in all our institutions. We're at a crossroads in our society. We must be robust and unfaltering in our rejection from its seeds online into our schools and indeed into our public discourse. Let's do one thing. Let's keep the face of that one small girl as she starts school and the thousands that I saw over my career. Your daughters, your grandchildren. Let's ensure that her life, none of their lives, are blighted by misogyny. And let's not believe for 1 minute that reform will go anywhere near this, because at the end of the day, they're all poster boys for misogyny themselves, aren't they?
Conference. Delegate, if I could ask you to wrap up, Delegate.
Thank you. As the Labour Party and a Labour government, we have a power to protect women and girls and to eliminate the curse of domestic violence in our communities. Conference, I commend this motion to you and I urge you to support it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate. And now the Delegate from Islington South and Finsbury. Thank you, Delegate. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Maya Hamilton, and I'm from Islington South and Finsbury. I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaking, so thank you. It's just such a privilege to be able to second a topic so close to my heart, and I'm also sure is close to many people in this room. I really truly feel that misogyny and the many forms that it takes is an epidemic that needs addressing, and violence against women and girls is one of the cruelest ways it can manifest. This motion has a lot of numbers and statistics in it. One I found that really struck me when I was researching it was that there's been a 264% increase of police-recorded rape and sexual assault cases from 2009 to 2024. And when we look at these numbers, we can't forget that behind every one of those cases is a real woman or girl. I think it's really important to remember those faces, those people who really exist behind these stats that we look at. But what the numbers do show is a record of Tory failure to act on this issue. Our Labour government has already made the incredible pledge to have violence against women and girls in a decade. We really need to go forward and make sure we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Commitments in the strategy need to be fully implemented, and there needs to be oversight on the government funding that is being spent on this pledge to prevent the underspending and the lack of action that we saw from previous governments. The fantastic proposer before me also mentioned the digital aspect of this issue. The increasingly online world we live in has given a platform to misogynistic views and content creators who peddle this toxicity to men and boys. I'm sure many of us will have seen firsthand the vile abuse, for example, that many female politicians receive online from cowards hiding behind a screen. Women deserve to feel safe to run for office, as well as to simply exist in society, and I'm proud to be speaking on a motion that sees this as a priority. I urge you to support this motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So we now move to introduce the High Streets motion, and we should have Huntingdon. Delegate, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm David Landon Cole from Huntingdon CLP, proposing Composite 3 on High Streets. And I'd like to start by talking about a building. On the High Street in Huntingdon, there's a lovely Georgian building. It was once a coaching inn, actually, but everybody knows it as the old Woolworths. Then when Woolies went, it became Poundland. And then Poundland went. Now it's empty, boarded up, and pigeons are flying in and out of broken windows. And I'm guessing that sounds familiar to a lot of people from towns around the country. What about rows of vape shops, gambling shops, empty shops? Does that sound familiar? That's the legacy of the last 14 years. It's hard to make a high street thrive when no one has money to spend. And it's not just an economic story. How can we feel pride in place when our town centres have been neglected, when shoplifting has become routine and antisocial behaviour has become expected. We lose that shared space that brings us all together. But it doesn't have to be like this. People do want to start and grow small businesses that employ people, put money into the local economy, and give us back those places we love. They just need help to do that. We've seen that that's possible. Keir Starmer actually came to Huntingdon to see the work of our Business Improvement District. I should say David Lammy came and canvassed in Huntingdon as well. So, Shabana, we're out this Saturday. I'll sign you up to run a board. Right, there's a commitment there. So there's loads of groups like the Huntingdon Bid up and down the country, but we need government on our side. That's why things like cutting business rates matter. That's why pride in place and neighbourhood policing matter. In Huntingdon, we're already seeing results. New shops opening on St Benedict's Court, which has literally been half empty for years. But I think we do need to go further. The big one is high street rental auctions, getting them really going so that landlords can't just sit on empty properties and we can help businesses move in. We also need a stronger community right to buy so speculators can't buy buildings at the heart of our towns and leave them to rot. With changes to tax and planning, more support for local policing, we can make our high streets alive again. I can see what that building, the old Woolies on the high street in Huntingdon, could be. I can see what the high street could be, not just Huntingdon High Street, but all of our high streets. So let's put high streets, let's put pride in place at the heart of our Labour government. I'm delighted to move Composite 3 and I hope you vote for it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Delegate. We should now have a delegate from Preston to second the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. Brian Rollo, Preston CLP. Many times conference visitor, third time as a CLP delegate, but in my 75th year, my first time addressing conference. Conference, our high streets have changed. Shopping habits have moved on, and they aren't coming back. Woolworths, Debenhams, British Home Stores, big anchor stores that have gone, lots and lots of little smaller stores. Barbers have moved in, filling empty shops, because you can't get your hair cut on the internet. Thank you. But our high streets are our community centres. They're meeting areas, entertainment areas, and relaxation areas, as well as ex-shopping areas. The Tories gave up on our high streets, underdeveloped, starved of investment, and left to die. Only Labour, as shown in the motion, has the leadership, the plans, the ability, and the desire to do something to improve our centres. Conference, I second this motion, and I call on you all to support it.
Thank you, Delegate. Right, we shall take a round of speeches from the floor. I see that delegate there. Yep, thank you very much. Please do come to the front. I see the delegate in the back section in front of me. Yeah, thank you. Come forward. And I see the delegate there. Yeah, the lady. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Great. If you could all please come to the front, register at the desk. Slightly behind on time, Conference, so we're going to try and make some time back up. But you have 2 minutes, Delegate. Thank you very much.
Chair, Conference, Jane Jones, Usdaw, speaking in support of the motion on our high streets. Our high streets are a key part of our communities, our society and our economy. The retail sector provides the largest source of private sector employment in the economy. The sector provides the food and the clothing that we all need. And the sector provides a key method of tackling loneliness and isolation. It is a stain on the record of the previous Tory government that our high streets were allowed to fall into a state of disrepair. We saw shops boarded up, antisocial behaviour taken over, and thousands upon thousands of jobs were lost. I'm proud that last year we did elect a Labour government to take the action that Usdaw members need. Over the past 15 months, our Labour government has delivered an essential strategy to tackle retail crime. They have undertaken a comprehensive review of business rates to ensure fair taxation of the sector. And through the Employment Rights Bill, they have started the process of delivering the New Deal that workers in retail sector so desperately need. Conference, these are the things that a Labour government, through links with the trade union movement, can and will deliver. Usdaw welcomes the motion that recognises the work of the Labour government. We call on the government to keep our high streets high on its agenda, to support retail workers and the communities that we all serve. Please support.
Chair Conference, Sonia Davis, G&B National Vice President, speaking in support of Composite Motion 5, Violence Against Women and Girls, Misogyny and Domestic Abuse. Thank you to the Labour Government for what they have provided for women going through all of the above. We do need to broaden our understanding and recognise that domestic abuse is not just an issue in society, but also in our workplaces. G&B reps often play a huge role in supporting individual members experiencing domestic abuse in their workplace. People experiencing domestic abuse are often subject to disciplinary action or job losses, often through no fault of their own. However, some workers never come forward for fear of not being believed or supported because they are frightened of repercussions. We need to empower women to make their voices heard so that we can drown out the rising misogyny thanks to the rubbish spouted out by the far right. And we can hold employers to account so that they don't brush it under the carpet and make women feel frightened to speak out. G&B activists are doing just this by campaigning for our Domestic Abuse Workplace Charter. This charter calls on employers to make protection and support for workers experiencing domestic abuse more visible, more accessible, and from day one in their job. The charter also calls on employers to ensure workers will not be disadvantaged for speaking out, workers be supported with access to services and information, employers train staff to be able to appropriately and confidently support staff. Conference, let's support this very important motion. Sisters, we stand with you. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Leslie Mansell, speaking in support of the composite on behalf of Unite the Union. Over 20 years ago, I worked in a local council partnership with police, women's aid and other organisations. The major shift then was in the culture within the police service on how domestic violence is addressed. Since then, we've gathered data, shaped laws, policies and trained staff. But progress has been exacerbated by the Tory cuts and austerity. And shockingly, figures are still rising. I work in the NHS, where 1 in 7 staff face physical violence from patients, relatives or the public. 4 in 10 report harassment, bullying or abuse, and nearly 1 in 10 report sexual harassment at work. A recent Unite survey of all our female members found a quarter had been sexually assaulted, 8% subjected to sexual coercion at work. But we all have a role to play, and we need to change the culture again. We must acknowledge this behaviour is rooted in harmful masculine norms, men's attitudes and behaviours that cause fear and violence. We need education for men and boys on respect and dignity, embedding that in our school curriculum and in workplaces, and tackle violent misogyny online and on our streets. Bring back union initiatives to protect women and girls against violence and abuse. As Yvette said this morning, we need more action, as internationally, the picture's no different. Unite members and international aid charities report aid funding cuts are devastating women's services worldwide, with many vital services closing down. Conference, let's give violence against women and girls a national visibility. Let's have dedicated awareness around this, embedding issues in the school curriculum, ensure every council and community treats prevention not as optional, but as urgent. I support.
Thank you, Delegate. We are now going to go to one, I think, final round. I'm going to go back over to the side. I think I see the delegate. Glasses, white top. Sorry, I can't see that it's a black top. Yeah, sorry. Yes. Sorry. Paper's in the way. I see the delegate, same section, blue dress at the back. Yeah. And can I go then, please, to, dark hair, eastern section. Thank you. Please come forward if you could register at the desk.
Conference Chair, Joanne Moorcroft on behalf of Unison, speaking in support of Composite Motion 5. As a trade union with more than 1 million women members, Unison is the largest women's movement in the UK. We are well placed to use our power to educate, empower and eradicate abuses of power. Conference, the statistics we face are stark. Millions of women experience domestic abuse, stalking, harassment and sexual assault every year. Behind every number is a woman's life. Forever changed, too often a life lost. And this violence does not stop at the home. Our members in schools, councils, social care and our blue light services see daily the devastation it causes in communities. Sadly, many of our own members are victims too. That is why Unison welcomes the steps this Labour government has already taken. Reeves law, putting domestic abuse specialists in 999 control rooms, new investment in specialist support services and the commitment to halve violence against women and girls within a decade. These are decisive actions that will save lives. But Conference, we cannot stop here. We need police forces properly trained and resourced to respond to domestic abuse and sexual violence. We need sentencing that reflects the seriousness of these crimes. We need public bodies to challenge misogynistic attitudes wherever they appear, including online spaces that poison young minds. And we need sustained investment to prevent violence, not just respond after the fact. Conference, this is about safety, dignity and equality. It is about building a secure society where women and girls can live free from fear. Unison is proud to stand with this motion and with all who are determined to end this national scandal. Please support.
Hello, I'm Megan Murphy from Altrincham and Sale West CLP in Greater Manchester. It's my first time here at Conference, my first time as a delegate and my first time speaking. Thank you. I wanted to speak on the Violence Against Women and Girls motion today because it is something that affects us all. either directly or indirectly. I am 23 years old, and far too many of my friends have been assaulted or being made victims of sexual violence in some way. Every time I hear that it has happened to another friend, it feels like a dagger to my heart. Not another one, I think to myself. Not another friend that is part of the statistics. On nights out, in the workplace, on public transport, at home with a partner they thought they could trust. It doesn't have to be this way. Violence against women and girls affects us all. In the plans we make for a night out, in the relationships we form, the route we take home, the people we feel able to trust, and the vigilance we must always display. VOG is so endemic that as women, we have been forced to develop a secret language of communication when it comes to our safety. It is a language that we are never taught, but somehow all learn, a club that no one wants to join, but one that is forged through shared experience, a need to protect others, and the knowledge of what can happen if we don't. It doesn't have to be this way. Halving VOG in a decade is an ambitious but necessary target. We don't have a blueprint for what we're aiming for, because there has never been a time when VOG wasn't an issue. A future without VOG is an unknown entity. But we must start somewhere. Every life lost is a tragedy, every life changed is unacceptable, and every woman living in fear is one too many. It is only through working together and fixing the institutions the previous government tore down and reduced to shreds that we can achieve our goals. Education, health services, police, the courts, social services, all of them and more are required to ensure that women can live without fear. As a society, we have made impressive progress over the last few years, but that progress risks being eroded away with the threat of a reform government who weaponise the violence women and girls face to attack migrants and refugees, when in reality the place a woman is most at danger is in her own home. As a party of government, we have the power and duty to change this. We must not take that lightly, and that is why I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Parveen Rani, and I'm a Hertsmere Borough Councillor from Hertsmere CLP. I'm a first-time speaker, and it's an honor. To stand here today to speak about something that is at the very core of our Labour values, ending violence against women and girls, and tackling misogyny and domestic abuse. The reality is stark. Every week in the UK, on average, 2 women are killed by a partner or ex-partner. Behind those numbers are lives cut short, families broken, and children left without mothers. Conference, this Labour government is already acting. We are strengthening domestic abuse laws, providing record funding to frontline services, and putting survivors at the heart of the justice system. That is what Labour in power looks like: listening, acting, and refusing to accept that abuse is inevitable. We must go further. We need prevention and education to challenge misogyny at its roots. And we need a justice system where women are believed and culprits face real consequences. This is not just a women's issue. It is a matter of justice, of safety, and of humanity. And when one group is denied safety and dignity, none of us are truly free. So let us leave this conference proud of the progress Labour is making, and determined to go further, to stand with survivors, to challenge misogyny wherever we see it, and to build a country where women or girls live not in fear, but in freedom. Conference, I urge you to support this vital motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And thank you to all delegates who've participated in that incredibly important debate. I know that there are a lot of delegates who wish to speak. Conference, please welcome as our next speaker to the stage our fantastic new Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood.
Thank you, Conference. It is an honour to address you for the first time as a Labour Home Secretary. If I am honest, it is an honour I never expected, and it is one that would have been unthinkable to my parents when they first arrived here in the 1970s. But if this is a story of progress, it is a contested one. And I was reminded of that fact just days into this job. On the 13th of September, 150,000 people marched through London. They did so under the banner of a convicted criminal and a former BNP member. While not everyone was violent, some were. 26 police officers were injured as they tried to keep the peace. And while not everyone chanted racist slogans, some did. Clear that in their view of this country, I have no place. It would be easy to dismiss this as nothing but an angry minority, heirs to the skinheads and the packy bashers of old. And make no mistake, some were. But to dismiss what happened that day would be to ignore something bigger, something broader that is happening across this country. The story of who we are is contested. I am a patriot, proudly so. Mine is the patriotism of Orwell, pride in a country that is forever changing, while also ineffably always the same. It is a love of this country as an open, tolerant, generous place. But that broad vision of who we are is increasingly disputed. Patriotism, a force for good, is turning into something smaller, something more like ethno-nationalism, which struggles to accept that someone who looks like me and has a faith like mine can truly be English or British. There are some who we will never be able to persuade. But there are others, a growing number, who are on a path from patriotism towards ethno-nationalism. And this can be stopped. But to do so, we have to understand why so many people feel this country is not working for them. Because the truth is, across this country, people feel like things are spinning out of control. And without control, we simply do not have the conditions in which our country can be open, tolerant, and generous. When people see small boats arriving on our shores, they see a country that has lost control. When they hear of widespread illegal working, undercutting British workers, they feel the system is rigged. And when they see crime unchecked on unsafe streets, they feel fearful. This was the inheritance that the Conservatives left behind for us. And their current irrelevance is the price that they have paid. So it now falls to us to rise to this challenge. If we do not, our vision of an open, tolerant, and generous country will wither. And where we fail, others will succeed. Working-class communities will turn away from us, the party that for over 100 years has been their party, and seek solace in the false promises of Farage. They will turn towards something smaller, something narrower, something less welcoming, and the division within this country will grow. So the challenge we now face is this: not just to win the next election, but to keep the country together and to fight for our belief in a greater Britain, not a littler England. That work begins at our borders, where we must restore order and control. We will always remain a country that gives refuge to those who are fleeing peril. But we can only be open to the world if we are able to determine who comes in and who must leave. And it is clear there is more work to be done. On my second day as Home Secretary, over 1,000 people arrived by small boat. But the deal with the French, agreed by my predecessor, Yvette Cooper, marked a historic step forward. Yvette, we all owe you our thanks. The first returns, small in number though growing, send a message. To those profiting from the trade in human beings, we will break your business model and we will ensure that your crimes do not pay. And to those considering a perilous small boat journey, the risk is not worth it, and your only route into this country should be a safe and legal one. The British public will accept those fleeing peril, but they will not do so if there is chaos at our border. Today, the boats continue to arrive, and so I will do whatever it takes to secure our borders. Cracking down on the criminal gangs behind the trade, discouraging those who are considering a small boat crossing, sending those home who have no right to be here, and ending the use of hotels, that totem of the Tory legacy that has done so much to divide our communities. In solving this crisis, you may not always like what I do. We will have to question some of the assumptions and legal constraints that have lasted for a generation and more. But unless we have control of our borders, and until we can decide who comes in and who must leave, we will never be the open, tolerant, and generous country that I know we all believe in. While small boats are the most visible sign of a loss of control, they are not the only one. This country has always welcomed migrants, like my parents, who came here in pursuit of a better life, who worked hard, contributed to this country, and in time became a part of it. But in recent years, under the last Conservative government, the scale and the speed of change, as well as the nature of it, has frayed trust and eroded public confidence. Between 2021 and 2024, we saw over 2.6 million more people enter this country than leave it. And this included widespread abuse of Boris Johnson's health and social care visa, which saw 710,000 people arrive here. Far too many have been able to enter this country and disappear into the black economy. A rank betrayal of the Tories' old promise that they would take back control. If we are to preserve our openness to migrants like my parents, then we need a system that is fair to those who are already here. That means cracking down on illegal working that undercuts British workers. It means ensuring hiring practices are fair, forcing companies to fund training for homegrown workers if they are hiring from abroad. Crucially, it also means setting rules that ensure contribution to this country is a condition of living here. Because I know that the British people welcome those who come here and contribute, but contribution is a condition of that welcome. For that reason, we will soon increase the time in which someone must have lived in this country to earn indefinite leave to remain from 5 years to 10. and we will be consulting on this change soon, and as part of that consultation, I will be proposing a series of new tests, such as being in work, making national insurance contributions, not taking a penny in benefits, learning English to a high standard, having no criminal record, and finally, that you have truly given back to your community, such as by volunteering your time to a local cause. Without meeting these conditions, I do not believe your ability to stay in this country should be automatic. Some will be able to earn an earlier settlement than 10 years based on their contribution, while others will be forced to wait longer if they are not contributing enough. In some cases, they will be barred from indefinite leave to remain entirely. The British people have always welcomed those who come here, who work hard, and who give back. Time spent in this country alone is not enough. Just like my parents, you must earn the right to live in this country for good. If you do, I know this country will welcome you. Order at our borders, a fair migration system. These are necessary conditions for an open, tolerant, generous country. But they are not the only ones. Where a nation is fearful, it turns inwards. When we feel safe, we can look outwards. So safer streets make for stronger communities. And that's why we must focus policing on the issues that matter, like knife crime, which tears so many lives apart, and the scourge of violence against women and girls. In some areas, we are making real progress. The levels of violent crime in this country are a fraction of what they once were. But I know it does not feel like things are getting better in many communities across our country, where crimes like shoplifting and antisocial behaviour, which tear at the fabric of a local community, seem to be committed without consequence. So it is right that we focus on neighbourhood policing, with 3,000 more neighbourhood officers by 2026. We must reform policing to ensure that forces are able to focus their efforts on the crimes the public care about the most. And to rebuild confidence in our forces, we must prove the impact that good policing can have on a local area. This year, forces across the country led a summer of action tackling street-level crime in 600 locations. This saw more visible police patrols, more undercover operations, more fines, more protective orders, and more arrests. On the back of that success, this year, we will launch a new winter of action. Forces across the country, in partnership with local businesses, will target shoplifters and antisocial behaviour during the busiest weeks for all retailers. Once again, we will reach hundreds of locations and tackle the offending that wreaks havoc on our high streets. I am a rare Home Secretary, perhaps the only one whose first job was behind the till in my parents' corner shop. I know there is nothing low-level about shoplifting. I know what it feels like to keep a cricket bat behind the counter just in case. And so I know, better than most, that when we get tough and tackle crime like this, we bring communities together. Safety is a precondition of the open, tolerant, generous country that we want to be. While that starts at our streets, it extends to the nation itself. Far from the public eye, threats against our country are constant from those who scorn our values and who seek to divide us. I will, as a Labour Home Secretary, always put the security of this nation above all else. and I pay tribute to those whose work keeps us safe. I pay tribute to those whose work keeps us safe, but whose successes are often hidden from public view. I know what it feels like to be a Muslim in this country in the wake of the devastating terror attacks of 9/11 and 7/7. I know that we are a stronger and more united country when we tackle those who seek to destroy our way of life, no matter who they may be. Conference, I know we share a vision. It is of an open, tolerant, generous country. It is a patriotism that speaks but does not feel the need to shout. It is one that embraces those who trace their roots back in this country over 1,000 years, and also those who look like me. It is a patriotism that accepts that some things in this country will change, but that there is something essential that will always endure. I believe we are in a moment where a patriotism like this is at risk, turning instead towards a smaller, more divisive ethno-nationalism. Our challenge now is to fight for our vision of this country, and in doing so, to hold it together. That is what I will do as Home Secretary. With order at our borders, fair migration, safe streets, and a secure nation. Some may describe me in the coming months as a tough Home Secretary. Perhaps that is true. But let it never be forgotten that I will be a tough Labour Home Secretary. Fighting alongside you all for a vision of this country that is distinctly our own. Thank you, Conference.
Conference, that now concludes the Safe Streets debate. I'm going to leave you now in the capable hands of Abdi Douale for the Breaking Down Barriers